Hello. It's time for night. Right. So, I didn't really think about this too much. I say too much, pretty much at all. That looks so weird. I did have an idea though. So there's something about exposure here that does something kind of interesting. This light is at 100,000 lux, right? And this light was at 0.5 lux. So these are a difference of 1,000,000 in brightness level, right? And I was able to, with exposure, I was able to see perfectly fine in bright sunlight. And if I were to time forward here till it is only this, and I will turn, well, let's bring the moon over here. Am I able to see this through? Yeah, maybe a little bit further. I will turn off this interior light, and I will turn off the reflection probe. And I will increase the exposure level slightly. So you kind of already saw those popped in, right? Okay. Interesting. What if I go to 16 and use that? Okay. I have no idea how clear it is on the stream. It's actually pretty clear. My screen brightness is actually really low, so that's probably why I was struggling to see it. But you can see this moonlight, right? This is like 200,000 times dimmer than sunlight, and we're able to see it at, I guess that is -10, but you know, you get the idea. Gosh, the world looks really awful. I don't know what this was at before. Okay. Let me make the moon a light a little bit brighter, I guess. Okay, 5 is very visible. Yeah, I mean, it ramps up pretty quick. I've lost the inside of the house. There we go. Or it ramps down really fast. And I guess I'll probably leave it at like 0.5. Because that's a realistic value for it. So essentially the point that I'm trying to make here is that something is going on with the light that I'm not getting feedback on correctly. Because when I look at my exposure values range from like 0.1 to 0, like 5 zeros, really. That's not... I mean, I guess it's like 5 zeros, but... I feel like something's going on with the light. Actually, maybe there's not. Let me see. So I have this at 0.5. Let me change my minimum exposure value to something quite a bit lower. I guess 12. So daylight, I mean, the sun's like right there. Okay, I'm not getting exposure printouts anymore. So I'm gonna turn those back on. Just do luminance, I don't need this. So you see I get 0.1, right? That's like, I mean that's as bright, that's as like high as I can expose. So just normally standing around, maybe even looking at the sun, is like 0.5, right? I'm gonna turn off. Sky intensity target here. Okay. So now if I go to nighttime, let's go to like deep night. When the moon is shining, it's brightest. I mean, yeah, I can, I can see the moonlight here, right? So I go from like yeah, actually, yeah. So I went from like 0.05. I added 3 zeros. So that's a difference of... What is that a difference of? That's not like 1,000,000 times difference. That's like 1,000 times difference. So I need to figure out why my luminance value I'm getting back. Like I said, this luminance value works for exposure. But perhaps it's not actually... Maybe I'm not even reading it correctly. I mean, this is luminance in... Oh, and before I get too much further... Right. So something here has got to be kind of wrong, right? I mean, what do I do when I compute sky intensity, right? I essentially read in all the colors. I think when I'm reading this, can I pass in any... I don't know. I don't know what to do for music right now. Stardew Valley. So this was something weird that I had been doing. It worked, but it was weird. I read in the sky color. I compute this inverse luminance value. which this is a correction from the texture itself. Which, now that I think about it, I wonder if I should be doing this to get the sun color. No, I think I just straight up read from transmittance and then yeah. And then I apply this. Okay. I don't know, I'm really not... I'm really not feeling this music right now. I have like too much calm stuff. I should be playing music. All right. I can do this. So this is an inversion for... Where did that number come from? Where did that number come from? I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. I am computing illuminance. Whoa. Oh, man. I'm computing luminance from the screen texture. Exposure image. Create from data. Get data. Current. Right. Okay, here's my thought. I essentially will have a multiplier. Okay, so regardless of my thoughts, I have to figure out how to get this luminance value to match what's really going on here. So what is this called? I need to figure out where this is used. Light intensity lux. And I've got the code base already. I'll send that to 6. Light. What? Weird that it said there was like 0 results. It's just really laggy right now. Okay. Okay, so light 3D, light intensity lux. Wait, lux or lumens? Lumens is for point lights. If get light type is usage none, right? So that hides it. Okay. So we have this property here. What is it set to though? Paramit intensity. Set param intensity. Huh? Okay. What? Set param. I find the definition of this. Set parameter, and then real value, or value. The array. Set light parameter. Okay. Set light parent. Why does it do this? I'm literally on a file that shows it. Why is it acting like this? Is this like not... Light set param. Oh my gosh. Light set. So there's GLES. And then there's just RD. What does RD mean? I wonder what the difference between these two really are. The light get odor. For every parameter. If it's the same value, we ignore it. And then we switch on the parameter. Any of those values we do... Ah, okay. That's just some extra stuff. Then we just set the value. So light... param... intensity? Is that what I'm looking for? Intensity? Is using physical light units. Light energy multiplied by the intensity. Otherwise we multiply it by pi. Light data. Light, color, sRGB to linear. Okay. Light data. So yeah, energy ends up multiplying by that. I guess just because we're in physical light units, when I reflect stuff, things are way less intense. Don't need more shadow opacity. Wait. Directional light counts. Spotlight. Wait. Huh? Light data. Oh, light data. Okay, so weirdly they do it a different way. I don't know why than the other two. So we get the light data from an array that already exists. Okay. Ugh. Render scene, physical light units, energy. Multiply by the light intensity. Spotlights are not physically accurate, the intensity should change in relation to the cone angle. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is what's really weird. I think I'm getting it. So, when I'm reading from the screen, I am reading... I think I'm reading RGB. Standard, not linear. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm reading... Let me check documentation here. So I get color layer. Specify layer from the color texture we are rendering. Get color layer. So I believe when they run this, so I guess let me just look for, okay. Should only be defined here. Get color layer. Here. Include? No. So we do get internal texture. And this is used for... This is used as is. Thanks for following Dark with a bunch of Ks and 2Ds. Is this the one? This might be the one. Yeah, so auto exposure just uses the internal texture. The way that they do it. Okay, I guess I'm going to look back at this again and make sure that it's not doing some kind of... What is it? Linear sRGB conversion. Okay, so that would be in the shader, I guess. Yeah, they don't. They just straight up read it. Does this... Wait. This is in the render buffers post-process and tone map. I'm trying to figure out what color values are here at the stage. I guess the tone mapper would show me, right? I even have that selected. So when they do this, yeah, so it doesn't look like there's any conversion happening here. Okay. So I am linear, which means this is just super strange. I think at some point these colors are not coming back to me the way that they are written. Let me look at, let me see what happens if I convert this to linear, which would be, I guess that. Those are some crazy values. Let me see what happens if I convert this value before I print it. Assuming that this is coming in as sRGB. And I can probably image format. It could be that image is telling me something. Is doing some conversion. Some kind of color conversion, perhaps. I guess they have this linear to sRGB. Would I then run RGB? Wait, what does it say RGBE? No, I want linear. This one. From the sRGB color space to linear space. Only works on images. What? Okay. Somehow this value's got to be wrong, right? Some of this value's got to be wrong. So I think probably... What does this function do? This, where is it? This multiplies it by this value and adds 0.6. And then it adds... Or it multiplies it by color again and adds that. Expect 0 to 1 range input. Outside the range it behaves poorly. Yeah. Well, I already have this code, actually, now that I think about it. Never mind, I don't have that. I have linear from... Okay. Can I just use... Can I just make it like a color? Then I do color test. What is it? Linear. I've got a feeling this is just gonna like divide it by 255 or something. But oh well. I'll see what happens. It's probably going to give me a really small value. That's still only like 5 zeros. What is daylight? Yeah, it's just a much. It's that actually does look like it's just been divided by 200 or something. Man. Could my image format be wrong? R32 when there's one component. I mean, it shouldn't be. I am creating signed float. 32-bit signed float. Let me look at all the formats. Man, I can't figure out music, man. I don't like any of this. All my playlists now, I feel like I don't want to listen to any of them. Okay, well, all right. Here's the thing. Can I get to where I'm trying to go? I know exactly what value I'm looking for. It is the first value. It's a packed byte array. Or texture. I know exactly what it is. It's the very first byte. Decode float. Decode float is 32-bit. 0. I don't need any of that extra stuff. Is this the same stuff? It looks like it's about the same values. Yeah, I mean, those look the same to me. So yeah, I go from about, yeah, 0.05, 0.06. Maybe I'll let this run a little bit longer. .07. Yeah, it looks like it's where that's gonna stop at. This number's continuously getting larger. It's not really slowing down. In fact, it's getting brighter and brighter now. I think because the sun is coming into view. Okay, so really it's more like 0.04. Alright, so this is as dark as it gets. 0.04. Yeah. So it's still this like weird 1,000 times dimmer, but it's really like 1,000,000 times dimmer. So why is that? Where does this factor of like the extra 1,000 disappear from? Because 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000, which is what I would expect. So it's almost like it's been square rooted. So what if I just... It's actually almost exactly like it's been square rooted. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pretty much try to uncap this, so negative 16 is as low as that goes. I'm going to set scale to 1. I'm going to bring up speed to 1. This is going to be crazy. All right. So I'm going to go to midday, noon, thereabout. So this is exposure scale. I think scale doesn't actually affect the outcome of the pixel, or it doesn't affect the outcome of luminance, but this is like full application of it. So yeah, 0.05, still about the same there. Let me go literally to midnight, or I guess just a little bit before midnight. I expect this to probably look terrible, but yeah, okay. So this is the luminance value that is kind of figuring for I mean, yeah, that's like that's at the max. It actually can't go lower than that. Until I look at bright spots. So this is would that be 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. So this is still 10,000 times. And I'm looking for 1,000,000. So my wonder is if I can just square the values. I want to see if I can find where... That's open twice. Do I? Confused. Okay. Let me look for... Sorry. File. No. Stop writing stuff. Clustered. Forward clustered. This is the shader. Fragment. Is this fragment? That's probably vertex. This looks like... Wait, what? Fog. Fragment shader. Oh, no, I'm looking for light. That's what I'm looking for. Scene forward lights. Lights include. This is what I'm looking for. So light compute. Code light. Huh. Not that. Exponential... What? If light transmittance. Is this not transmittance? Light transmittance, I don't need to look at that. If REM light, if diffuse, if is directional and attenuation is... If is directional or attenuation is greater than that. Okay, so light, directional, we don't worry about that. Wait, why do they do this? This is really weird. This is the same check, and they run it twice. Why do they do that? These could be contained in one line. Or contained in one. Weird. Alright. Metallic is less than 1. I'm more just trying to figure out why my screen read illuminance is like such a smaller range than the light illuminance. I could understand if it was like, you know, my light is 100,000, my brightest pixel is 1, sure, whatever. But the fact that the scale is condensed so much. None of this is really about light, though. I see light color. Attenuation. This is where it's lit. So we just take, this is essentially just taking like the angle of light. But somewhere here is more about, maybe it's this, attenuation. Light color is already multiplied by the light energy. And diffuse light is pretty much just the final color. So they don't do anything there. Just trying to think about. Okay, when does post-process compositor stuff happen? Should I look for this? Compositor storage. So essentially somewhere someone has to ask the question. Callback type. Okay. Compositor effect callback type. Alright, so here we have post, pre-opaque, post-opaque, post-sky, pre-transparent, post-transparent. So I want to know if post-transparent I want to know when this is called. Looks like it's right there, actually. Is also there, but that's mobile. Okay, so we're definitely looking here. So there's the transparent. Copy screen texture. Post-process sky effects. Okay, wait. Pre-transparent. Transparent. Post-transparent. So I want to see somewhere around here is where they apply some linear conversion, hopefully. This is where they call tone map. I think post-process and tone map does this. Okay, so I'm called there before tone mapping happens. Before any post-processing. So I'm looking for render buffers. This one. I mean, look at this function so many times. Let me open a new tab for that. Render buffers, post-process, and tone map. I guess I should also search to see if they call something that's like convert linear or something. So auto exposure runs here. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special happens. Tone mapping. Convert to sRGB. Convert to sRGB. So the tone mapper definitely handles that. Oh man, okay. Tone mapper is here. Tone mapper, tone mapper. Convert to sRGB. Tone map flag convert to sRGB. Okay. To sRGB. It's defined there. It's defined there. How does that actually not... Flags. The value of it is 1 to the 6. So I'm assuming this is more red up here. Oh, flags convert to sRGB. So this ends up being is not using HDR. So I believe this is false. Can I know if this is false? So that's false, which means this comes out to be true. Which means tone mapper runs this. Should I be doing that? Okay, well here's the thing. If I turn off my own tone mapper, and then I turn theirs on, I don't see any difference. They look the same. Right? They look the same. It looks a little bit darker, I think, because my auto exposure is also on. Alright, let me do like a real visual test of this. I'm going to go to exactly to noon, I'm going to turn off time, and I'm going to take a screenshot with my stuff on. Why is it so bright? Oh yeah, I think I still have my key value set at like 1. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave that at 1, just so it's fast. Alright, so what I should actually do is put myself, the guy here. Make him face that way, I think. Is that pretty much correct? Okay. So I would sit here. Time is not running, so everything is static. I guess I can full screen. Okay, weirdly it got brighter. Okay. Why did it get brighter? It definitely gets brighter when I full screen. Oh well. And then take a screenshot of this. Okay. Cool. So that's mine. That's my result. So I turn these off. And then I will turn these on. Results should be the same because I'm using the same values. And then I will change this to that and this to that. Okay. It weirdly looks darker. Well, I do actually know why it looks darker, because they do a different calculation. They just take the brightest pixel. So let's run for a while. They don't do like a luminance calculation like I do. They do like a pixel, the maximum pixel brightness. Okay. All right, so it should be these two. So mine is definitely way, way brighter, right? Mine is much brighter. Why are these like centered? Wow. Aces looks crazy. Okay. Yeah, just leave that at linear. Okay, so what are the results of my test here? The results of my test are that my exposure is way brighter. Perhaps like strangely too bright. I will say it does feel too bright. Something really weird goes on with... Oh, I'm not rescaling my buffers. Am I? Yeah, I'm not. Um, yeah, I have to do that actually. I have to rescale my buffers when I change the size. I wonder if what I should just do... Okay, when I call setup buffers, this is... I get a render callback. I get the size. Do I get a notification about a rescale? I wonder if... No, I feel like I have to change it every time the size changes. So I check this. If we're not valid, or buffer size is not equal to size. Set up buffer size. How bad is this when I go full screen though? How bad is this? Well, I mean that fixed it. It feels like a little bit brighter when I come back to this, but maybe that's just me seeing things. Okay, well, that was a good fix. All right. How did I actually never notice that before? It's kind of nuts that I've actually never noticed that. I guess because I was just only looking at it from here, and then I would like hit this. Yeah, I have to be changing it every time I have to be getting new buffers. I was thinking that it's probably like that it's perhaps just a performance issue, but I guess if you're going full screen, you know, you're kind of gonna like really I'm gonna sit there for like a second while this is happening, you know? and get flashbang as well. I wonder if I should default the texture to white. Or sorry, to black. Because that does matter. Yeah, let me clear this with white. This pretty much determines like the initial brightness of the image when it loads. So when I refresh it, I don't get flashbanged. Right. I wonder if I could even say like gray. Yeah, this is probably a really good change to make. I'm not getting flashbanged with the color. Let me even see if I can read my current texture. So when I call setup buffers, I'm going to be calling it inside of there. I don't want to call clear buffers right away. So I'm going to check I try to maintain current exposure value. So if current is valid, I will do I'll just call this clear color. Color gray. So the initial exposure, because that's why I flash like that, because the initial exposure is black, so it literally gives you like a frame of pure white. Not quite, but pretty much a really bright frame when you first resize it. Gray is like a little bit better than just pure black. But of course I already know the information, so. And essentially I'm just going to read, yeah, the current texture. This would be RD, texture, get data, current 0, and exposure will just be a float of image data, decode float at 0. Clear color. I guess I just set all the values. I guess I could really do this. Yeah, cool. And then I will just set this to clear color. Okay, so does exposure maintain and I don't get any flashes? Don't see flashing. Cool. Let's go to a really low exposure. Nice. Problems solved. Yeah, alright, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Alright, small changes, but small stuff matters. So this was... I guess you can just look at what I wrote here. I don't want to commit that. I don't want to commit that. I think I'm pretty much just sending this change. Yeah, I'm tracking... that value can copy from... really just... I guess that line too. That line too. Okay. Huh? I've never seen that. I typed 1 twice. Huh? 11? What are you talking about? What do you mean 11? Yes. So this one I want to split. Yes. Yes. No. Sure. Yep. Yep. No. I've never seen that. That's pretty funny. So I'm storing the buffer size. So when I know when I resize, I have to remake the buffers, which is fine because a resize is typically just going to be going from full screen to not full screen. So you're not going to be playing the game anyway, so you shouldn't really be noticing any lag. Or if you do notice lag, it's not very important and it stops as soon as you stop resizing. And it's not like you can play the game while you're resizing. Okay. Sweet. Alright. That's a good commit. When resizing, this fixes overexposure when greatly increasing window size. And then for resize, patch the current exposure value and use as the clear color to prevent flashing. And then use gray clear color as default. Black causes annoying white flashing. Okay, that's a really good one. It's actually a great one. All right. But I still have not quite solved my problem of luminance coming in at a weird scale. And I can't just multiply it by 10,000. That doesn't fix the scale. Actually, what did I... Okay, let me redo this test again. So I'm just going to print out the luminance value. And I'm going to try and apply I don't want to hack it. I really don't like doing that. But I think I'm going to have to hack it. So, I guess I'll bring this to 10, and I'll leave that going as far down as possible. Scale, I don't even need to change scale. That's fine. Alright, so I'm going to literally write down the value at midday. The brightest time of day. I'm going to write down my luminance value. Actually, I guess I'm just going to write it down without moving. So I'm going to let this run. I guess I should actually go full screen to get a more exact value out of this. Yeah, so let me actually change speed to 1 so that I can be absolutely sure that I'm getting... It's already at 1. Let me make it 2. So I can be absolutely certain that this is going to give me a consistent exposure value. Okay, that might have been long enough. I will stop. And I did get 2 readouts of the same value here. I think this is about where I pulled out a full screen. Yeah, somewhere about here. Okay, so it looks like I kind of just hit it. So I had 2 values that didn't change. This one was a little bit brighter. Okay, I'm going to go with this value. I don't think I need these open right now. Yeah, I don't. Don't need that open. Okay, so noon luminance was this value. Okay. Alright, and then I'm going to do midnight luminance. Just go straight to midnight. And the moon... Wow, okay. That's some crazy exposure right there. Alright, but that's what I want. I do want to see exactly what it brings, what it comes up to. And I have to turn that light off. That light has to be turned off. Oh. Purple. Crazy. I find that really funny. That's just Godot doing that as well. That's not anything I'm doing that's causing that to happen. That's just Godot literally just deleting my texture and saying, alright, goodbye texture. It just deletes it. Or it's really the compositor effect. Because my sky shader relies on this compositor effect, it just keeps like wiping the deleting the compositor array for some reason. Alright, so this has been running for... I'll let it run a little bit longer. Okay. Alright, so that's the value. That's the value. So the difference in scale between these two is... I mean, I'm just going to copy these and divide them over each other. to get the scale. So this is a factor of almost right on 3,600. Just because I'm curious, I wonder if that number ever shows up. That's 36,000. I'm looking for 3,600. That is a very... Oh no, this is 36,000. This is a very interesting number. So that's just the progress bar. Yeah, none of that is okay. But I do kind of like that this value was exactly 36,000. I mean, that's got to just be what is it? It just happens to be, that's the brightness between noon and midnight, or like the sun, some kind of factor between the sun and the moonlight, as well as my exposure level. Okay. Well, I will be right back. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. Okay. So I need to apply some... I really don't want to hack it, but I think at this point I kind of have to. I mean, I guess I could... Alright, let me see what this one does. Actually, I know what this one does. This one is pretty much just going to make it smaller, I think. Alright, here's what I'm really going to do. Going into Desmos, and I'm going to do flashbang, new graph, and give these values. So I'm going to say H, or maybe I should just say LH, or L1. It's going to be this value. Then L2 will be this value. Okay. So I want to know the ratio of L1 over L2. Approximately 36,000. So then I'm going to have a function here. And this function is going to take in a value. I guess I'll just say f of x is equal to something. I'll call it c0 of x. So I will make c0 of x. This will be this function. Yeah, this will be this function. Okay, unfortunately I can't like copy from that. Which is truly annoying. I think I can do that and then click copy and then it... No. No clipboard. Right. I mean, the way I set this up is that Control-Shift-C should be copying this from the terminal, but it's not. Okay. So x times 305.306.011. 305.306.011. 305.306.011. Okay. There's 0 point that value. $305.306.011. Good. Plus 682171111. 682171111. Six eight two one seven one 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 one. Is that right? Good. So this is all contained inside of this. Then I would x times this value plus some value here. Zero one two five 22878. 0125 22878. Zero one two five 22878. I barely remember that one. 0.12522.878, 0.12522.878. And then one more x times. All right. So that's the function of C1. So I'll make a folder. Just call this functions. Move this guy in here. Add a note. This is the sRGB to linear. I guess I can set the domain for this. Right. They document that as 0 to 1. Okay, so I want to know what now the range is between, f of L1 over f of L2. What is now my range? Okay. So my range has gone from 3600 to 174,000. So that's a bit better range, I guess. Right? So what if I call this... Can I do like L1 prime? I guess LA, I don't know. Yeah, L2. Okay. So the values got smaller. And let me even also display this. LA and LB. And then I will do... I wonder if this should probably be a log track or something like that. I'm trying to figure out how to organize this. It'll just work. Can I just F equals C? No. I have to write it like that. Okay. Okay. What if I were to do... This is probably a good way to look at this, right? Is that what I've been missing? Missing just taking the natural log? Is log different than... Yeah. But I should definitely be taking that, the natural log. Surely, I should be. I want to bring this up there. And then just have... natural log of L2. And probably another note. I guess let me put this up here. Function. And I don't really need to modify these, so I can probably put these down inside of work. I should be able to lock these. Can I lock these? I don't know, whatever. So at my function, the original values, this is the scale, modified values. And maybe I would actually, I was going to say maybe I want to look at these numbers instead, but I don't think so. So the x-axis needs to be logarithmic. And I guess I will do like, to the -5. To the -7, right? Okay. And then this one, I don't need to go beyond 1, I think. I guess I can go like 1.2 or like 2. 10, I don't know. Let's just say 1. This will be luminance. And I'm not going much further below this. How do I like square this? I don't think I can. All right. So this pink line doesn't show up. So I have to go -8, I guess, to see it. Alright, so this is a scale of... I take the log of this. Yeah. I would really like to have... Really? No, I'm looking for the inverse log. Really? Or one... Is natural log a better readout for me? No, not really. They really don't have inverse log. Or does that have to say this? No. Actually don't know what the difference is here. Okay, never mind. I thought I could get like the power of this. I mean, I guess that is kind of the power. Yeah, that is what I want. So I'm looking to get to 6, is what I want to get to. So this is actually kind of there, but I do want to get to 6. And also maybe that's a bit of a weird function. It does make this one... Well, this is where they would sit at. So the difference between these two is like 6. Or it's more like 5. It's much closer to 5 than 6. Let's try C1. This will be a note. So this is the max between 0 and this in the middle. Oh, that's the, yeah, that is just the gamma function, isn't it? Without a multiply by 12 though. You know, I don't want to use that one. I don't want to use that one. If I'm going to use the gamma function, I'm just going to use the gamma function. Wrong thing. Wait, is this like another time where I've like deleted it? Yeah. Another case where I've deleted it. So I wonder if I could even apply the inverse tone map, but I don't know if that expands the range of this. I don't know, I'm just literally, like I said, I'm actually just at the point of hacking it. But this one's pretty good already. That one does expand it quite well. I'll just stick with this, I guess. And we'll hide that. Don't need it. And this would be... 1.055. The color to the power of 416, which I'm going to figure out exactly. I think that's, what would that be? Is that 5/12? 5/12? Okay. Is it like 1/2.4? Yeah, 1/2.4. So minus this value. Okay. So there's C1. So let's see about C1. What this one accomplishes. Undefined. Undefined. LB is 0. At what point is this no longer 0? I guess I should also actually print out these values. That's really silly. I guess when I say print, I mean display them on this chart here. And of course, change the colors. So make that blue. I'll make this light blue. I guess I make this these colors. And then these will be hidden. Alright, so yeah, I can clearly see the function is at 0, so I can't use that one. I just have an idea here of just being cubing it. X cubed. So my green line is gone. Alright, so the log has gotten too big. Log has definitely gotten too big. This should be half of that. So, what about squaring the value? Okay, a bit better. Maybe a bit better. That's still too low, I think. That's got to be too low. Same with the -12. So this is more of, like I said, I was looking for 6. This is more like a billion. I wanted a million and I got a billion, so. What about the exponential? Okay, so that didn't work. What about the inverse exponential? No. Well, did it? No, the log is still way lower. What about 1 over the log of x? No. 1 over the natural log of x? No. In fact, they're undefined. So C0 actually got me really, really close. So what about C0 here is helping a bunch? It gets me close, but not close enough. I really want to get straight to 6. Maybe it is. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the function I'm looking for. Because I think if I made this value only a little bit larger, I would get it to 6, right? If I'm at 1, like 1.25. Yeah, now it kind of gets closer to 6. Hey, Danilin, do you live in the Breaking Bad copy pasta? I don't even know what that is. What's the copy pasta? It comes up to 6 when I go to 172. Which is, 3 times the brightness. Is this fine? This function might be enough. Because it transforms from the dark blue and light blue to the pink and green. Or that range is at least fine. But then I think what I want to do is I want to scale it by another factor. So probably like 10. So the logs stay the same. I'm just moving it forward. I could multiply it by 10,000. My name is Walter Hart. I do not live there, no. I did have, for like a few months, I set my Discord, like the sound that plays when I join a voice call, to that. A recording of that. So there's that. What if I went for 10,000? If I multiply by 10,000. LA becomes 41 and this becomes that. I do like that I'm in the 10s at least. I guess let me go ahead and go for 100 here. The 10s is cool. Although I feel like that's definitely way too bright. And this one I don't think is quite dark enough. I think let's save this. So do I still have... Here it is. So they have this function 0.04 over 0.04 plus y. So let me do, I guess I'll just print that. Call it S. So I mean that does fit, it seems. I'm at 0 for this case. And then at this case, I'm at pretty much 1. So I guess this could work. This could work. 10,000x. What if I do that? 100,000x. It's probably not quite low enough. Yeah, 10,000 fits pretty well there as a multiplier. And that would fit his curve that he's come up with. It would fit it well. Okay. Then we have when you're joining the NBA. Nah, never. The National Basketball Association, is that what you're talking about? Does he provide a function for light sensitivity? Okay, interesting. So I've got key value. He modifies his key value based on... Really? I'm actually curious about that. Because X is the luminance that comes in. The log 10. I could run this through this function and then do I even need to do that? I think I do, because I start at no, sorry, that's the log 10 of the luminance. So I would have to kind of map it again. But I think this is pretty good. There's this function. What is this function? Wait, yeah, what is that function? This one. 1 minus the value is what they use. Really, he just does 1 minus his value? I mean, I guess so, right? That is how you would do this. Right, and you would just say that your cone sensitivity would line up at your standard speed, and then you have a much slower speed for your cone sensitivity. So when it does get dark, it gets dark and it stays dark for a bit, and then you get that monochromatic color in. But the luminance should always stay the same. Would. Although I'm not sure if I like this, really. I'm honestly not sure if I like this. I think what I would rather have is they show this. It's probably here. Yeah. The sensitivity graph, essentially. So I'm sure this is like, let me try to find the Wikipedia page for this. Log intensity. What is that? Micro lumens? So would that mean I would add? I guess I would add 2 to each of these. So that would make this 1, or subtract 2, so that would make this 1, and that would make this 0. Is that what that means? Mike? No. That's weird. Micro, that must be lumens. It's more like there's essentially a point at which, if I were to graph this, this is not what the sensitivity would do. It would essentially be like this kind of slope, but then it would have like its it would essentially be vertical at this point. So I would want what are some graphs? I need actually just some graphs. Just give me some graphs. One over x. 1 minus 1 over x. X plus 1 puts it at -1, so x minus 1. 1 over... Okay, so could I do 1 minus 1 over x? I guess let me see about trying to get this in the log space. Also, it can't be negative, so it has to be where x is greater than 0. No. Where x minus 1 is greater than 0. Log space, let's do 10 to the -7, I guess. Let's do 100. Let me get this graph in here. Okay, and then I want to do the sum. Yeah, I want to do the sum of these. So I guess, yeah, I can call this CX equals this, and S of X is equal to that. And I just want to do C of, I guess I want to find, I'll say V is equal to the, sorry, the S inverse, or would it be just this? The S inverse of 0.5? Okay, no. The what? How do I find, yeah, Desmos, find X, find X for Y value. Love? How did I... Solvo? Okay. Alright, what do you think? Yeah, that ain't right. Man. What is that? What is that? What is that page? It's not possible. What? Also, he had a sine function there. I'm not even sure. Okay, whatever. I thought this was how you do it. What is 0.5? Yeah, 03 something. I think I could do like I mean, I thought the inverse is supposed to... Do I really just have to write it like that? Just swap the X and the Y. Fine. Does it let me write this? S of y is plus y. So then S of 0.5. No. You know what? Whatever. I can't figure that out, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to click. It's 0.04. I mean, obviously. I mean, I gotta be a super idiot, right? Let's do, I don't know. Sure, just K, whatever. Okay, is this value? So this whole thing was just like get the sum of this. So the sum of K plus undefined, well, yes, plus the S of K. Undefined, yes, of course. So this one needs essentially to have an offset. It should be 1 minus O. So then I would bring it in, and this would actually be 1 minus O. How do I bring it further over? Would I instead add this value? It feels like I just made the opposite of this. Funny. What is it? The square root of 0.4? 0.04? Cool, that is. So this one doesn't quite work, I think. Because I can't get values. I want this to hit 0. I really do need this to hit 0. Preferably about when this is like like up here or something. This would like hit 0. So we get like a curve that comes in. Or should it be like this? I don't know. Should it be like that? Because the issue is this still gives me color vision past a certain point. Okay. I need to make sure that these are blending correctly. So if I just do 1 minus this value, let me just make this C1. And this will just be C. C2 of x would just be 1 minus S of x. So that gets me this. Where does that 1? And I just kind of have an issue with this because it means that essentially what I want to happen is either you're getting color or you're getting night vision. You're not really getting anything in between. But I do need to blend them somewhere. They do need to blend somewhere. Essentially what I would like is a function that crosses this point, but maintains this increase in speed and pretty much comes down to 0. So you'll still get those blends, but it's going to cut off earlier, I guess. I guess I could just use C1, and this kind of helps a bit. Because these two added together is 0.5. This still kind of makes it dark. Dude, have horses ever tried to fly? I don't think so. I don't think they've tried that. The real question is, can you try to fly if you don't have wings? Can you try to fly if you don't have wings? Let me move this up because I just noticed that this is kind of off. Humans do? Okay, but we make the wings, right? We make our wings. And then we try and succeed. I think until we see horses like creating wings and like strapping themselves with wings, then they're not really trying. Is it the first thing humans tried? We just tried to do what a bird does and like put like huge feathery wings on our arms and then just tried to flap them fast enough. I'm sure that's probably the very first thing anyone ever tried, was just doing that. I guess gliders actually were like the first successful flying thing, but really that was just falling slower. So since that guy invented gravity, humans have been like, damn, if only we had a big machine that could fit 300 people and it was very uncomfortable. We could fly for 14 hours to another country, and by God, how I wish. It's a complete nightmare to book a flight. I mean, if you really think about it, it's not even that bad, right? you can go to another place in a few hours, which would normally take days on a boat, and probably far worse conditions, and a chance of just straight up dying, a higher chance, much higher chance of just dying if your boat gets tipped over. And you could only take like maybe 20 people at a time. Any more than that and you're almost guaranteed to catch a really terrible disease and probably die from that as well. So I mean, what's like a couple hours of a little bit of discomfort to like a coin toss of dying from disease or your boat being destroyed? Can I square this? Could I cube this? Could I square root this? I don't even know. All I really remember is like we were learning about when people were moving to America from Europe. That was like a topic. Like you were gonna be on a boat for a long time, and there's a chance you were just gonna get sick and die on the way there. And they would just toss your body off. Should this one be O? One minus O? 1 plus O? Ah, 1 plus O. 0.1 plus O. Okay, just do x is greater than 0, I guess. Aha, I've figured it out. So I want this to be K. Supposedly. They didn't have enchanted golden apple? They did not. Unfortunately, they forgot about that. Is this what I want? I want half kx. Ooh. If I did 2, 3, 4, 5, just k over x? I guess I should do (2x) so that it stays at 1. So let me just do t of x is going to be c of x plus s of x. And this would be a max with 0. Okay. So this line perhaps I could just sharpen this line. Fallout Devotion never intended for the player to marry Deathclaw. Yeah, I don't. And I feel like that's not possible. They never intended it, so they never wrote it to be possible. Unless it is. What am I doing? What are those wiggly lines for? The orange line is for night vision. Maybe these should be better colors. The orange, or the, sorry, now the orange line, or the white line. Orange line? Orange line is for color vision, the blue line is for night vision. I want... Essentially what I would really like to have is a fall off where your color vision goes away and your night vision comes in. But that all... This current setup means that it's possible for you to have half night vision, half color vision, which isn't going to do. I can't do that. I don't want that. I could do something a bit different where This is a different case, but I still end up with dark spots, so this is not this blue line, this light blue line. I guess maybe I should make it white. Or pink is probably a very clear color. Maybe green. Pink. The pink line represents the total brightness of an image, if I were to just add these together. So I think it's more that I can't just lazily add them together. Perhaps I could find... Okay. Perhaps I could find a better way to figure out... to make this split happen. So there's this concept here. The rod cone break. Jeez. Where essentially the cone is no longer sensitive to light at a certain point. Yeah, essentially there's a point at which the reason I need to blend these two together is because there are going to be pretty much at the edge. If you have night vision on, if you've fully exposed yourself to night vision and you turn on your light, you pretty much lose your night vision right away. Or very quickly. You will lose it very quickly. But the question is, at the instant that you've turned on the light, you're gonna have, if I just do like a lazy add, I would have essentially these two kind of together, right? Or this would be the function, I guess. All right, maybe I am thinking about this wrong. Maybe it looks fine like this. I guess I should look at it first before I just assume. But I was thinking that because they need to have some kind of blend that stays constant. But I would like that blend to be quite sharp. I guess I could just sharpen it if I really need to. Yeah, I mean, I think about this case where it's like becoming night. I guess as long as they balance out at different speeds, so your cone vision would drop to this value, like 0.5 really quickly. Your rod vision would take a longer time, about like 4 times as long or something, to reach this value. But I can't just simply add them together. I don't know. Let me look at this. Instead of using the actual adapted luminance, a filtered value can be used, whose value changes according to adaptation process. T is the discrete time step, and T is the time constant describing the speed of the adaptation process. So this would be different for rods and cones. The temporal luminance adaptation based on equation, however, in our algorithm, we do not perform separate computations for rods and cones. I assume they mean to say which makes it hard to properly estimate the adaptation speed, having 2 time constants instead of 1. Which we then use to process the adaptation value using equation 5. Wait a second. So we compute t given a certain value. So we essentially take this value, which is our luminance. We compute t from that. And then we use that as our thing or something. Oh man. I really wish they published this. Their implementation. I wonder if I could look this up and just find it. Has someone done it before? Well, everyone's got this PDF. Okay. Like GitHub, TGDA. Is this actually code or is this just... What? We implemented the global tone mapping operator by... What? How did this get picked up? Perceptual effects. Did they actually do this? Trunk is what I'm looking for. Okay. Branches. Demo. What is this? Weird. Weird. Also, that's a really familiar name, but I don't know. Oh, is that just... I don't even know. Ocean Demo. Okay, maybe this is a dead end. HDRLib, open source 3D graphics engine. Adaptive logarithmic. So they cite this guy again. Adaptation. This is Ogre 3D. All right, so am I looking for source? Building? This page, developers, GitHub. Here we go. Ogre Cave. This might have an implementation of it that I could look at. I mean, it seems like it does. So I'm going to look for, say, a parameter is like this value. Okay, maybe not. What about... Alright, this is going to be hard to find. Is it SDK? No. Main? This is crazy organization. And by crazy organization, I mean absolute lack of it. This is weird. Components? This is always really difficult to figure out. Plugins? Where is the... like, shader code? Media, samples, media. Is it in media? Looks like it's all in media. Of course. Main. So they need to have... They should have something that's like... tone map? Samples? What is some code that would be written? Some code would be like 0.04. They might have that value. Okay. They might have... What are some values that they might have? 17.25? No. They could have 1.86. I just want to see if there's any implementation of this. Okay. I feel like I'm hitting a dead end here. I try going back to there. HDR lib. It says it's an HDR lib. Okay. Parameters. So HDR compositor. Media HDR compositor. Automatic key value. Render glare. The implemented tone mappers. Maybe this I can find. So they have Ogre and Ogre next. I don't know. It's probably just this. Search for that adaptation scale. Tough. Okay. What about adaptation scale like this? No. All right, so they say it's in media. So I'm already kind of off. Media HDR compositor. How old is this? (2023). Very old. Okay. Main. Here. Where did I see compositor? I saw this somewhere. Yeah, I'm not even seeing compositor. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do they just say create a bunch of classes somewhere? Let me see if I just find this. Did I spell that wrong? Samples, media, materials, programs. Okay. Fudge value. Scripts. Night vision. Is this just green? What is that? I don't see green, but I do see luminance. It has an include for I saw Delegate, Ogre, Compositor, Night Vision. But those are just those definitions. Pass. Vertex, nothing on fragment. RT. I feel like that doesn't do anything. That's hard to read. What about I? The word I. It's not too much. I didn't quite look at that one. What was it? Very last one? Yeah, nothing. Okay. Okay, what about adaptation? No result for adaptation. Shader system. Source. Include. Common. What about compositor? Source. Include. What file do they... HDR final adaptive log. This is really weird. I don't understand this. Yeah, I mean, this is like gone. This file is not here anymore. Or it's been moved. And probably changed a lot. Wrong thing to search. Not found. Alright, what if I go back to a commit from like 2013 or to 2023? Can I get back that far very quickly? Alright, what about release versions? That's probably a good way to go back pretty fast. Maybe I even scroll down and search for I. Until I find it's on the page where they're like, hey, we added this. Okay, I'm already in 2022, and this is before they had that, so before they added it to their GitHub pages. Gosh. HDR. I really want to find this code because media. Wait, the whole demo. Ogre add-ons? Wow, I'm in the wrong place. Of course I am. Did they have this on GitHub instead of here? Really? So they are in media, HDR compositor, programs. Somewhere around here. Auto key. Somewhere they have source. Let me look at this one. This value is what I'm looking for. So if this is enabled, they just add it there, they just add it there. Okay, so if this is enabled, they create target pass, texture definition last, material name copy HDR, material name adapt illuminance. Okay, so it's adapt illuminance is what this is. Media, adapt luminance. Oh, well, there it is. There's point. They have 0.4 over 0.04. tau is that. .01 and .04. Color. It just returns a new luminance value. Okay. So that's just computing the value. But then here, luminance scale. For adapting luminance, we pass in adapted luminance. Okay, but how do we tell it that we are also definitely using it? Tone mapper is that. Otherwise... Oh, they don't go all the way. This is just a luminance speed. They're not doing... Okay. They're just kind of simulating the rate at which you can adapt to certain luminances. But also I can't help but notice that they have really strange values. They're like, I'd say they kind of barely follow the idea here. Because they do 0.4 over 0.04, and they use 0.01 and 0.04 for those values. Why do they say that's equation 7? Is that equation 7? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, they might have implemented that wrong, which is funny, because it's actually one number you had to type in correctly. They typed it in wrong. Okay, so I thought about having that too. But also my luminance is definitely very different. I don't have a luminance in this kind of range. I have a luminance in this range. Or I guess rather I would have to... I get blue to light blue. This is my range. So a better range is kind of... What about like 6,000? No, probably 10,000 is best. This is the range that I get. This is my multiplied range. Is that what I should do? I should just have... Well, I thought about having that, but does this solve the issue where the monochromatic color kind of comes in late? I guess essentially what I would have is I need to make it so that when stuff is in light and you can see color, when you're able to see color, we kind of man. I guess you would just what would it be? What would it be? Okay, I guess if you're doing auto exposure, when you can see color, you would expose for the color to a degree. It's this intermediate part that I really want to make sure I have figured out before I go for it, so I know exactly how I want to handle it. I can make this curve sharper by squaring it. That's possible. So perhaps if I want it to be sharper, I could do something like this. I don't know. Because there's essentially a point at which I'm adding color and I'm adding this monochromatic value. I mean, maybe it's actually fine. Maybe if I really think about it, it's probably fine. Damn. All right. Well, I'm just going to go for it. I have figured that this gets me a nice transformation here. So I guess I'll just copy this. Why does right-clicking not work? Oh, and then when I paste, it's going to do this, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let me go to auto exposure. I'm going to run this through this function. So and I guess I will create just a static function here for now. L times this. Plus this value. L times that. And then 10,000 times L times that. Okay. And let me see what happens as the sun goes down. Time is not changing. My mistake. And let me actually also print this out, in fact. Okay, so this would be like pure night vision. So I would have lost color vision at this point. Which would make it really dark. Yeah, this isn't very good. This means I would see very little color from this light, which I think is not accurate. I should see full color from this light. Before sunset. Okay, apparently it's 200. Some really bad shadows happening right now. I'm not sure why. Do I have something set with stuff right now? I guess 2 is fine. This should flip like negative that, and this should be like negative. Okay, so those can go back to the way that they were. I'll leave the speed very high, so I can see what it adjusts to. Well, the sun cannot set faster. Okay. That's really quite slow. Let me crank that up. This needs to drop out of the sky quite a bit faster than it currently is. This may also still just not be a very good luminance calculation. I think it's probably not. Essentially, I want to see at what point after the sun goes down that it goes to this, I guess Winscope topic would reach like 0.1. Because I feel like then it would become quite noticeable. That you're now in like... I mean, this is already 0.4. Which I feel like is very incorrect. Damn. Is this correct? Mine stuff is just turned on. Oh, it doesn't even reach that low. So I still don't have a good translation here. What if I did... What if I did this? 10x, 10x, 10x. But 100 times 100 times 100. Okay. Could be figuring something out here. Possibly. The range I've brought up to 7. Maybe I do want to cube it, because I thought of that. Just do C2. Okay, but the pink line doesn't quite come up very far. So I have to add. I mean, I guess I could do 100,000. But that value I feel is way too low. This just feels so terrible and bad and dumb. Let me try this 100, 100, 100 there. And then I will bring this down to its lowest value. See, what is shadow at now? 0.4. That's even higher than it was before. So this is the part where it's just totally wrong. Right, I should be able to stand in shadow and look at the ground and not go to like night vision. This is not night vision, this is ambient light. So that's the problem that I'm trying to look for. So let me go stand in the shadow. Just look at the ground. Let me turn off time passage so we're not messing with that. So my function is definitely not correct. Or it's definitely not good. 00252 is where I set at there. So let me set L1 to be 00252. That's what I reached there. So really, I would like this in the shadow at noon, or at this time, to be well in that range. So the blue is original, X is modified, or the light blue is modified. So this one moves the whole thing over. And this one moves pretty much only that value over. There's a very small effect on it. This has a very large effect on it. Could I just do 1,000,000 right there? Because I wouldn't mind if that stayed the same, as long as I can get this value up to be there. I knew it. Oh man, what did you know? Did you know that I have no idea what I'm doing? I'm trying to hack, and I feel like I'm getting way too hacky at this point, because this is kind of a really dumb looking equation. This is a really dumb equation. Why can't I just get an illumination value that lines up with what I see? What's the opposite of a log? It's like 10 to the x. I just like compressed the values really close together, is all I did. They're practically on top of each other now. Blast this one. I don't know if I can play songs. I've been getting it muted every time I play. I don't even... What is this from? That's 12 minutes. I can't... I can't do 12 minutes. Yeah, I'm trying to start building a playlist of safe stuff that won't mute. Yeah, this just like compacts them straight on top of each other. This doesn't amplify the difference between the two. Dusk. I mean, I really like game soundtrack music. That's kind of my plan there. So I'd have to really sit down. I mean, I really have to do it like after stream, before stream, and work on it. Like as soon as I'm done, I've been wearing headphones for so long, I just take them off and I leave them off for the rest of the day. What I gotta do is I gotta sit down and just play music and be like, yep, okay, I want to add that one, and then check VODs after I stream and see if anything got muted and then remove it. Like write it down that I can't use it. This is dumb. This just feels super dumb. What if I take the natural log? Well, flow notes, I can't use the song. Wait, 6 to 13. That's actually a difference of 7, isn't it? So I actually already have... Really? I'm really getting experimental here, but what if I do... Does that even do anything? E to the natural log? Does that even change them? Yeah. Right. So, of course I should expect that. But weirdly, I already have a difference of 7 in like, as a natural log. I already have a difference of 7. Is it that I just need to scale this up to this range? What about the log? What about, yeah, like 10... Oh, hang on. Hang on. To the power of the negative natural log of x. Why is the difference -7? Okay, that's kind of crazy values. Why is the darker one even brighter? What I do... Whoops. Plus 10. essentially what I want to do is I want to convert this range to a log range instead of a natural log range. Because natural log gets me a difference of 7 or 6, which is correct. That's what I want. I want a difference in power of about that far. But then I have to convert this to what is this? So E's not far enough. That actually puts it right, like right on 10. Green is lower though, which I mean, that's fine. Okay, so ten to the power of the natural log of x plus 7. This doesn't feel so hacky. This kind of makes sense to me because this is 7. No, sorry. The difference between these two is approximately 7. Pretty close. So that's where 7 comes from. I take the natural log, which gets me this difference in power. I add 7 to bring it up. Actually, what is the difference in power here? Let me check this real quick. Seven comes from 6 plus 1? Yeah. 7.186. So maybe I should be more precise there. So that's where this value comes from. And then I raise it to the 10th power to essentially get, essentially this is just a conversion to a power of 10 instead of a natural power. This could give me a function that operates correctly. All right, let me try that. 10 to the natural log, which in this case would just be log. Comment that out. I will leave a note here. Note. Maybe it should actually come from... I don't know. I'll just say that the approximate log difference between shade and night. Okay. So return power of the log of L plus 7.1863 10. 7.1863. Is this a cool thing. That luminance value definitely, like, you know, it's kind of insane in the daylight, but at least here now when I'm looking at this, you know, I'm nowhere near night vision at this point. This is like not even slightly close to night vision. Okay. Part 7.4. So I'm still not in night vision mode, which is good. Still no night vision. Pretty good. Wait, what? Oh, it's like, wait, what? 0.9. Really? Damn. That is really weird. How quickly this jumps up to being like pure night vision. Is something going wrong? I feel like I'm not quite understanding how this is super bright. What is going on? This is super strange. Why do I feel like there's some kind of strange bug here? It says this is like incredibly dark. Is it because of this? No. Why does it say this is like literally as dark as possible? That's crazy. Is it that object? I have time passage turned off. Gosh, I'm stupid. I was wondering, like, when is it gonna start getting dark? Okay, so something is weird in here. Something's really weird in here. You know, I'm getting like 10, 28 luminance from here. Getting very high luminance. Then I look here and it's like, oh, we are like super dark now or something. No? What is going on? What, like, okay, what is actually happening? I'm super confused. What is happening? What is happening? Am I losing my mind? That value is now staying very, very low. In fact, my luminance is now like maxed out. What? I don't understand what's happening. Why is my luminance so, like... What? Wait, what? Log L. What have I done? What? 10 to the power of... Oh! 10 to the power of that value. Not that value to the power of 10. Man. How do I ever do anything? Like, straight up, how do I ever do anything? Alright, cool. Good luminance, good luminance. I start at the ground. Alright, Scotopic does kind of jump up pretty high. Which actually doesn't make much sense here. Damn it. I didn't want to pick that up. Oh well. Alright, but now this is pure night vision. This is pure night vision time. So, should I try to move this up further? I mean, this is pretty good. I guess I could move it up further than this. So instead we're more looking at, I guess, like another 10. No, every increment of 1 is that, so this should just be 8. Yeah. Maybe I just go for 10. Maybe not quite 10. Maybe 9. Nine, 1, 8. Yeah, I want to get this one to, where is it? One 1863. 1863. Can I get this one to like exactly? Yeah, how close can I really get this? Plus 9.1698. 9.1698. This constant shifts. Maybe what I should really do is set... Oh. I kind of got an idea. What I should pick is the darkest color, or the darkest, okay, the dimmest color that we could fully expose night vision to, or to night vision at full power. Right? And then find the dimmest value that I want to have full color vision of, and map it approximately. Essentially, this would be an add here plus a multiplier, or with a multiplier on top of this. Okay. All right. So let me consider what the darkest illumination that I want to have full color for. 1 second. Could I set these as constants and modify them in game? Would that be better? Could these be constant values? And then I would define... maybe not. Let me see here. Let me change the time of day to about a value that I think is the... Yeah, let me say about this time of day. Check Discord. Okay. I think I'm zeroing in on it. This 10 to the power of a log. That's exactly what I've been looking for. So now I'm just trying to shift things over a little bit so that it can match the value I'm trying to get. Calculations don't add up. I have a little dark number to account for inaccuracy. Okay. Math like a physicist. I mean, my stuff seems like it's logical to me. Mine seems like it's a bit logical. So let me do this time of day. Does the sky dim appropriately? It does not. Okay. Well, that's a bit of an issue. Update sky. I do always call update sky. I guess if I have... If time is not enabled, I want to always update it. Is that right? It's more of these things that I need to run no matter what. Actually, yeah, let me try to do this. Do these rely on time values? I don't think so. It doesn't seem like they do. Would I just move these out to... Huh. I'm gonna have to do these no matter what. So I think what I can do is take that out from there. And then after I call update shader, I can apply time changes. I think that should be fine. And then here, this can all be a function. Well, this one can compute here. This can compute here. Not really. All right, this, yeah, so this one can go here. These have to... This one. Light energy. Sun true. What changes? Oh yeah, this happens here. The shader needs these to compute some stuff, and then the apparent position for viewer stuff. Oh man. I'm losing it. I'm losing my train of thought. I really want to split this apart so that I can have this updating outside of this function entirely. I want this to update outside of the function completely. All of this. This one is tricky because I am multiplying the light energy by some value, but I'm also constantly resetting the light energy by some value. Is this fine here? Maybe what I do is I could set phase angle as a value here, and then maybe that's better. That's actually probably good because I may want to retrieve that value, right? Yeah, that may be something that I want to know. So I would just set moon phase angle whenever I update this. So I can just do this here. I don't even need a comment for that one, honestly. I don't... do I multiply sunlight energy by something? And assign it? Do I multiply and assign it? I don't. I set it once here. But moonlight energy is assigned there. So... I mean, I guess I can just do... move these up here. And this I would just do every... this stuff I would be doing every tick in a different function. All right, here we go. Minus 4 by opposition, so square the phasing will produce such an effect. Okay. If sky changed... compute sky intensity. This is definitely something that I only want to do when I'm... okay, so this I can kind of pull out here. This calculation does rely on that. So I compute it here, a new target, but then I can just say this one can just kind of come right out here. There. And then if sky changed, there's another thing that I can do here. Setting the target. Alright, so here I can't... yeah, this just comes out of here now. And then I've got a bunch of extra space. Yeah. So we apply the moonlight energy and then we do this. In fact, I kind of can, if sunlight energy times sunlight energy, light intensity lux, less than this value. If the moon is not visible, disable the shadows. I guess I can run this kind of here, so if the moon is not visible, I would just turn off shadows there. Otherwise, the only time this changes is here, so these, I guess, can kind of move out. Alright, let me actually copy this whole thing over here. So the moon can only become not visible here. And then I need that. Probably just cut that out. Set target. This stuff will come out here if the moon is visible. If the moon is not visible, we don't have anything to do there. If we have a target set, we multiply the energy by this value, and in fact, pretty much only have to set that here. And I guess I could also compute it there. Well, am I reading the moonlight energy? No, I never read the moonlight energy there. I know it says moonlight energy current, but that's not the same thing. Specifically for the calculation of whatever it's at. Which defaults to 0. So if the moon is visible, we set the light energy. If we have a target, we will multiply it by that value. I guess actually what I can do is just say, move this line here, copy it there, and then put it back up here, right after this. And then here, I think I would just say this. I don't know, fine, I'll just write it all out. Okay. That will turn off shadows. This is not done, we run it. This is not done, we run it. And these are just, whoop. Sorry. These are just setting the targets. Alright, so then I just have to say in my process functions, I would call update sky, and I would call take skylights, delta. Take skylights, delta. Okay, hopefully everything stays the same in functioning now, right? Time is not enabled, but the sky should still get dark. It's not. Damn. But if I turn on time and I run, it will get dark quickly, right? It'll get dark very suddenly. Yeah. Dang. Why? So update sky. We'll run this at least once, so it'll be forced. So it'll do this one time. And then we come down here. We set that, apply time changes. Then we compute the sun's light energy. Then we compute the moon's light energy. And then what I would do, what happens here is, oh, this texture is not set yet. That's what's happening. This texture is not ready yet. If not, sky intensity is target set, render force sync. But I don't think it's enough time to get the color back. So yeah, this will only calculate one time. I can just turn that print on. I should see it print one time and it should be like 30,000. Okay, it didn't even run once, actually. That's strange. This has no early return. I guess it does have one here. Is that happening? Yeah, no, it's not even calling it. This function is not even being called. If sky intensity is done... Oh. Or we don't have a target, then we do that. Okay. Now it definitely runs once, and I should see... Cool. Sky changed. When I say sky changed... If it's done or we don't have a target set, and force. We don't have a target and we are set to being forced. Then I want to do the same thing here. Okay, so now everything should be called. What? I'm baffled. So clearly this doesn't run, because if it did, then it would have printed. So sky intensity. I'm looking for sky intensity. Is done true or not target set. So this definitely goes down and it's true. Force is true. Sky changed, false or true. It runs. Step into here. We force a synchronization. I get an image. Can't see it. I get a size. What? Okay. Weird. Alright. Data is null. Okay. Why is that okay? Why is it okay to get... What? How is that possible? I'm calling functions on a null value and it's okay? That doesn't make sense. Oh no, Sarah, sorry, never mind. It's actually lying to me. Because total just got a value. So it's not actually null. It wants me to think it's null. It's not actually null. So continue. I'm here now. Compute a luminance value. It's not 0. We do all that, and then we would print the intensity. And then we would print the intensity. We would surely print the intensity, right? We're printing the intensity. Oh, you motherfucker. That print got called and it didn't print. Why? Also, why was data null? But it clearly had a size. Maybe it just doesn't, Godot just doesn't load large things in like that. Blast this one. Oh, I gotta get lunch. Ugh. I will play this once I get back for lunch. I will go insane. Okay. I'm already insane, man. This happened a while ago. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I've got lunch and I'm gonna eat. And we'll play this music here. Very good. I like that. I'm back. Okay. So I was trying to get this to update even when time isn't passing. And it's totally lying to me, because I just walked through there and it should have printed, and then it didn't print. Destroying Sky Compute before it's even run? Okay, very cool. Intensity. Okay, is that the true intensity right now? We're gonna have to actually print it. Because I don't know. It does not tell me. Also, it did finally print. I just need to verify that it's hilarious. Okay, so it failed to do it that time. It failed to do it that time too. That's really cool. I like when stuff behaves differently when I step through it than it does when I run it without the break. Okay. I have to get this to run more than just a couple times. So now let me just say, the first, I guess, half second. Not even that, more like just 15. Probably 10's enough. Well, initial ticks is greater than 0. And then I say, let me just say this. Let me just do this. Alright, so hopefully this gets me a readout a couple times. Not even once. Man, why? What? Wait, what? How? I don't believe you. Save it 10 times. I actually don't believe you. It didn't print once. Huh? No way. No way. You're definitely running that code, right? Oh, you are. So we're just lying now. We're just straight up lying. I hit continue. I'm gonna get the print. Oh, cool. Look at that. Why? What? How does it take? No, no, no. Fine. 30. You get 30 ticks to happen once. Okay, well, I can't put the breakpoint there. What's crazy is I put the breakpoint there and it suddenly runs the code. If that function is called, I get a print no matter what. If the function is called, I get a print no matter what. If the function is called, I get a print no matter what. No luminance. I got one print. I'm losing it. I'm going crazy. How is that possible? 120 times. Forced update. One print. This is happening in the... Huh? How is that possible? Let me do a print up here. There's no way that for 2 seconds... Sky change or force. Sky change or force. Please. 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 Do this correctly one time. It called once. Force. No returns, no returns, no returns, no returns, no returns. Or force. Tons of times, great. And that ain't right. Alright. That was not quite long enough to guarantee it, because I feel like that could still probably fail. To get a value. Okay, not going crazy yet. I already am. Not going that crazy yet. So now I want to say, if sky intensity is not done, alright, okay. It definitely went to it. Alright, good. That's all I needed to see. Just needed to see that this was happening now. All right, good. So now I will bring this back. What's our exposure at? All right, so this is really that dark. That's like a crazy flashbang. Hmm. All right, let me try to remember what I'm exactly trying to do here. So I'm trying to get the darkest value that I can see in color. So I was thinking this time of night would be good for that. This is the darkest I can see in color. Right. I should maybe not be able to see my light, or... Because I would say about in there, I could see color with this. Which, I mean, it tells me that I can. Okay, well, not really. So essentially, I want to tune my exposure until I see a change in luminance, I think. His filter. Can I just modify this here? -9. Turn it off. Or no, sorry, I would bring this lower. Okay, so this is the luminance, right? That would be at the edge of color vision. So... Yes. Stop. This value is the edge of color vision. I think. Or I guess this would be the point at which this one starts. Why did that just do that? What the hell? Why is it making an array? Okay, so the dark blue line came up here, right? The bright line came up here, which means the green line is now up here. So now I would bring this value down. Is that correct? Until the green line matches up with that. First of all, okay, I'm setting the... This is like the base, all right? So 6. I guess what I would do is I would type in, or I guess I want to get this to be on 0, 1. Or I want it to line up with the line, actually. I want these two to have the same value. So I'm searching for the light blue line. One, 4, 4, 9. Okay, 6303. And then if I were to make this a multiplier, that does move the green line. Dang. Well, I believe I set the pink line to be... Wait, actually, hang on. Wait, what am I doing? Hang on. Why do I feel like I already had a good value there? That's strange. Oh, this one, the green value wasn't... Right, okay. The pink line is 252, which is shade. Is that midday shade? Like afternoon shade? Ah, what am I trying to do? Yeah, I need to get... So this was... What was this value? 1698. So I want to try and keep my pink line at this value. Okay. So I guess I can just copy that. Or I can't. I can maybe copy this value. Okay, cool. This brings us back to 6303. The light blue line is now the dark value, which is lined up with the green line. Now I need to start adding multipliers until I get the pink line back up to... Okay, well that's weirdly is making it smaller. What? Nine. Why is that making it so much smaller? Okay, interesting. No, this value is way too high. And now that value is getting smaller again. Yeah, as this value gets smaller, they get closer together. Okay, so I thought I was just gonna have a multiplier at the front. I guess not. Should it be? Is it supposed to be in here? Well, that does. Kind of. It's definitely getting larger faster. Okay. This is so dumb. Is it getting larger faster? I feel like this is also just shifting it. Is the log between these two changing at all? No, it's just shifting it. Damn. I mean, this did increase it. Oh wait, the multiplier does work? Why did it look like it didn't work? Okay, weird. Whatever. Okay, I think I see it. So I want to get this one to say a certain value. So when I add $13, oh, my adding is too high now. But this does bring it lower. All right, this is going to be really strange. Is this going to be like... Am I just trying to write in this number? Not quite, I think. Right, I gotta like zero in on this, kind of. So I have to go until this value is negative. So let me just say what is that? Okay, well, I think I go until this is negative, right? It's above. Yeah, go until this value is negative. And then I increase this value to get closer to that until it's positive, and then this one has to go up. Okay. Very tedious, but I really don't know a better way to get this. I guess I could make it fast by going over the value and then start increasing this one until it goes negative. And then increase this one until I go over the value that I'm looking for. And then increase this until it's negative again. Okay, that was quite a bit faster, I think. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I've gone under. I'm undershooting it a lot. Okay. And this one's still over, so actually I have to bring this one down. How did I miss that? Yeah, how did I do that? Okay, and then this one has to be a smaller value. Dang. Let me say 2, and then this one needs to come down. It's positive. Alright, I'm gonna say that's probably as close as I can get it. So this now functions from shade to the darkest part. Wait a second. I actually do want this to be one step higher. Yeah, I actually do want that to be one step higher. Okay, well, whoops. The value's getting higher. Six, 7. Should I be... Maybe I should be at, like... I should be here? Maybe I would drop a step there. And then... go up to this value. Right, this is actually where I want it to be. 3, 9. Now, what I can do is make this value a little bit larger. Till I go over, and then alright, so I've gone negative, so I bring this up. And I bring this up. Or okay. One three nine three. A 1. Okay, so I think I have the value now. So multiplier of this one times log plus this value. The constant shift for afternoon shade and night and night flashlight. Okay. So It is at 1 right now, which I guess makes sense. Right? So it's at 1. I'll turn on my light. And okay, so not quite. How did I mess that up? How did I mess that up? It was like here would be what? This is luminous before I scale it, right? Yeah. No, how did I mess that up? Luminance 1 is the pink line. Luminance I should have gone another factor higher, I think is what I should have done. Right, because I actually want this to be, damn it, I want this to be at like 1 up here. Let me add notes. So this value should be shade at noon. Shade in afternoon. Am I doing this wrong again? Is this too much hack? Am I doing way too much hack? I don't know, maybe. Probably. Definitely. This value is L2. This is, I think, the darkest value. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros. Is that 1, 4, and this is 1, 5? So I want this value to be L3 would be this. And I want this value to be yeah, so this would be the edge of color vision. Is that right? Or maybe this is like, this is the edge of flashlight color. Okay. So let me make my dark blue line. What am I looking for? Yeah, let me make my dark blue line this color. Okay. All right, and then I want the brightness of full night vision. And I would be in moonlight. What point would this be at, actually? Okay, so I can't see the moonlight yet. So make it later. Let me just go straight to midnight. That is crazy. That's a crazy look. Oh, because I have it doubled. Right. Alright, but that's actually still quite bright. What's the moon at? I want to make sure the moon's at the correct value of like 0.5. Good. Okay. Um, it's like negative 14, I guess. Maybe I say negative 13. Okay, so I can still see it pretty well. Negative 12. Okay. Alright, stop. Let's call this wait, so this number is higher than the other number. But this would be like deep. Wow, what is going on? Dude. What is happening with illumination? I'm super confused. This is like full bright, but I can still see color from moonlight. So if I were to say this is the point at which color vision stops, man, I'm losing it. Thanks for following Cinestrikes. This is a bad time. I don't know what to. Hey. What do I do here? What do I do here? So the flashlight, I want the flashlight to essentially just be color. But currently it says my... Like, I mean, how close do I have to get before it even starts going up? Yeah. The issue is if I make this the edge of color vision, this would be really, really dark. So I still wouldn't even be able to see anything with a flashlight. Yeah, this is a flashlight. I'm trying to get... I want to have sort of an eye adaptation night vision thing. So when it gets dark enough, you can't see color anymore, but you slowly get good, like, monochromatic, like, blue night vision. Yeah, so... I'm really struggling to get a function mapping for this luminance value so that I can have... No, not the green. Not the green kind. The kind that your eyes naturally provide to you. So like late at night, things are like bluish, right? But essentially I need a function that gets me a luminance value that when my light is on right now would be telling me you're in full color. And as I back away, I mean, the exposure is just crazy right now, so everything's way brighter than they look. This is just so that I can get these values from the output log. But what I've just determined is that... Come on, come on, come on. Okay, so... Alright, what I need to do is I need to get how bright it is just at night without the light on. I need that. I need the minimum brightness. So I can say this is when we get... this is when we be full night vision. Effectively. Does it change when I look at this? No. So this is all completely dark. I guess kind of another issue is that I lose... There's a certain point that I'm actually losing color information anyway. It actually doesn't look too bad here, but the sky colors are really, really bad. Or at least this looks really bad. I mean... I'm definitely losing color information, but it's weirdly like I look down and I can't see that I've... It just looks darker. It doesn't look like there's color information lost. Looking up, I can definitely tell. Like the ground is like 2 or 3 colors over there. Is that just like mip mapping? Is that what I'm seeing? That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Alright, so I shouldn't have an issue with color then, I guess. Because if I make this all monochrome, it won't look too bad, I think. But the issue is this isn't really going up. I mean, how fast does it... Okay, it wants to go really, really low. Okay, so my value still isn't low enough then. That's what's going on. I really wish they wouldn't limit me. Yeah, I can't type in values lower than that. I spent a long time modifying this to pull these values in, but now I'm hitting this limit where I can't actually set that value any lower to figure out what the illumination is. I guess I could just uncap it in the shader. Alright, I'll just do that. This is really annoying. There's gotta be... Dude, I don't know. This would just be 0, I think. Guess maybe I should say like... Probably there. Yeah, it looks crazy. All right. What is this value? This looks... These colors are insane. All right, so it's pretty bright. It's sitting about there. This is literally just 2 colors. This value is really low. What about... Well, that should just be 0, I think. It's actually not 0. That's my limit, is what I set it to. That's my limit. So... that dark, okay? This is the brightness of moonlight, essentially. Okay. Everything is purple. So L2 is the darkest color I can get to. The darkest exposure that I can get to. Which one of those was the real one? I don't know. No. Okay, so that's way down here. Okay. So let me put this in as L1. Or I guess... Let me... I don't even know. This is L2. Moonlight exposure. I feel like it's not quite right. I feel like what I should do is try and limit this to... Gosh, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this illumination value to be something that makes sense. That's what I'm really trying to do. So my thought was I can find the exposure of moonlight, or I guess the illumination of moonlight, and I guess what I really want to do is get it to be... Because that would just be multiplied by the color. That would still be too bright. That would still be too bright. Far too bright. So... let me try getting this value. Let me try figuring this one out. You can just hit save and then... Okay, I think that still went too far. So I have to re-import it. And then it will... maybe work? I don't know. Well, I guess another current value is to... Alright, I've already clamped it. It's already being clamped. So I need to clamp it higher than that. So let's go to 6. I can't really go to 5 because then that's too much. 5 is where it was at before. Hello? Re-import? Is that still? I feel like I should have seen a difference at this point because now I'm in the range of what it already was. I might go crazy trying to figure this out. I already am. Okay, why is it still so bright? I am greatly reducing this like every time by a factor of 10 and nothing is changing. One, two, three, 4, 5. I guess I need one more. Really? I sure hope I'm changing the right value too. I must have because it went away when I did it the first time. And I'm trying to bring it back. Wait. No. Oh my god. Well, that would be why. Yeah, I still have the issue of... Okay, that is ridiculously dark. Do I even need to do that? Okay, it's already gotten a bit brighter. I think. So I can already see color issues. I mean, maybe, not really, I don't know. What is... What is this? What is this? Alright, I think I gotta lay down or something and like really ponder this for a few minutes. Maybe a longer time than that. So... I'll be back eventually. I will. This is... Something's not clicking yet. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm back. All right. So here's my plan. I abandon this dumb thing that I'm trying to do here. Okay. Literally no more. Gone. It's gone. No more. No more of that. Right? And now what I do is I set these to values that I want them to be. So I was thinking probably negative 8.8. Negative 8. Does that give me maybe negative 10? I mean, yeah, at what point can I see the light in here? Well, I guess it's not really at what point can I see the light, but more... at what point can I see across the hall at this guy? So this is way too bright. Right. Right, negative 8's too far. Negative 7's still too far. Oh, I think I'm, right. I changed the code so that I'm not caring about that anymore. So I want to instead care about this. So my idea is that I set up auto exposure to bring me to the point where I get full color. Or bring me just beyond that. To the point where I can barely see, essentially, this moonlight. Okay. So we need to go a little bit higher. I even go full screen. Okay. So I might already like where this is at. I might already like where that's at. But I guess I'll keep going. So I can't see moonlight yet, which I mean is fine. But I guess what I was really searching for is to get... I mean, it's more just to figure out at what point do I want to be able to see like down the house there. Like, at what brightness do I have to be at? What exposure do I have to be at? You know, when can I see that zombie as well? So, you know what? I think I might just leave it here. I might just say right here where it is. -7. -7 is the brightest I would like it to possibly get for me. Yeah, I cannot see anything. Right? Okay. And that's all I do for auto exposure. I'm not going to change anything else ever again on that. At least not for night vision. So now what night vision is going to do is I'm essentially going to operate two functions. I'm going to use my current auto exposure thing where I read like the center of the screen, and I count this as, I guess, section 1. And then I invert that for section 2. So section 1 and 2 will have their own, essentially I'm just going to read the screen like every half second or so, compute a value for both sides, and essentially just set targets for both, I guess. So okay, maybe not exactly like that, but I would read the I would read the center of my screen and check the brightness of that. If it's or I would check it against a function that basically translates light to it would translate light to, it'd be this O function, I guess, this function, right? So let me hide everything. So I just have this guy. Okay. Then we come up to like -4, because I don't need to be that far. I guess 5. So essentially I'm going to have a read in that I read in the color values, and I would apply some transform to that or whatever, and this would essentially give me a value on the x-axis, and that will tell me how bright I am for my night vision. So this should give me essentially exactly what I need. Instead of relying on what auto exposure is coming to me with. I would just read the values like post auto exposure, and those are my brightness values. Yeah, I would read the values post auto exposure, and those give me my brightness values. And a good thing about that is it will allow me to change even my auto exposure in the future, so I can make things brighter without messing with night vision. Night vision would still operate on the darkest portions of the screen. Okay. So then what I do is basically when we're really dark, you know, when we're like down here, which I guess I would have to move this. This kind of sucks because it's at 1, it's like 0.03. So that's like as bright as it could possibly get, really. And then 0.1, we're like up here. So I'd have to shift the curve a little bit. Maybe I can shift the curve a little bit. Does that give me my value here? Right, this is the value that I would get at 1. So what value would I get at 0.1? This looks like... sorry, S of... what is it? 0.1? What is that, a 12th? A 6th? So how does this correlate to that? How does this become a 6th? Oh, I guess this would be, yeah, 0.2 over 0.13. So I guess I take whatever value here and subtract 0.1. So I guess I would want this to actually be, like 0.1 over x. Or did I mean like point? Yeah, I meant 0.01. So I was trying to get this to be 0.1. I guess that's 11. So what, should this be 09? 09? I want to get this to 0.1. Would it have to be... I'm sure there's like math I can do to really figure this out. Is it actually just this repeating? Yeah, it would be this repeating, of course it would. So I guess I just say 0.1. It's probably good enough. So this is probably what I would put in. So that at 1/10 of the light, we are targeting this much. So you'd have to be really dark, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm reading the post auto exposure value. This gives me that kind of, right, this should give me that like breaking point where once your cones stop being sensitive to the light, which essentially once auto exposure is no longer sensitive to light, this is the point at which I start ramping this in. So I guess this value can be tweaked quite a bit, actually. But I guess I'll leave it there for now. Right. So let me start trying to implement that. I just want to read in the color, the brightness of the screen, the center of the screen. I want to read in that illumination after auto exposure happens. Okay. So I could run, I was going to say, I guess I could run auto exposure again, but I don't really want to do that. Perhaps I should call this reduce. Yeah, like reduce illumination. So then auto exposure could still call into this. And then I could run it a second time on a different compute. Okay. Yeah, so let me call... let me change the name of this to... it would be like reduce illumination, but that's not really what I want to do. Essentially, I just want to reduce the average color in the middle of the screen. Or average. Yeah, I really want to reuse this one. So let's call this screen average. Screase. It's screen. Screen average. Good. So this would read so yeah, let me make just a new script here that's just going to be called screen average. And essentially this one is going to take in, it's just going to have a function. Yeah, it's literally just going to be a function. Using a set of buffers. So you would pass in the texture. So I'll just call this reduce. This will also take in actually, let me think about this. So does this need to be a global class? If it was, then it has to extend node. Okay, so this is just so I can call into this guy. So let me try and get auto exposure set up here. I guess I can actually extend. I don't want to extend post-process effect, but I do need these. So I'll just call initialize. Okay, so this will do all this. Right. And then I need to bring in the constants. So I guess I can just do this. We'll initialize with the shader path. These will move over here. This would be interpolate luminance. Have read texture. Yeah, let me like put these in here too, just in case. Not just in case, but because I'm gonna need them. This will be Function luminance. And I'll just have function color. And I don't really need to interpolate color. I just need this. So I will create a bunch of versions of these shaders. So I have read shader, read pipeline, read interpolate, and a read shader, an interpolate shader, and then a function color. And then I guess I wouldn't really interpolate. This is like that I'm just reducing and getting the texture back. Although I guess I could. Oh, maybe I should just split this up and do this. Just copy it all. Alright. I'm going to close this without saving it. And then I'm going to... I think I can just restore this file, probably. I think that's fine to do. Auto exposure GD. Apparently I deleted those. Yeah, I want to name that back. I guess I can just actually write. And then I can go here and delete it. Okay, so apparently I don't have any changes yet. But I'm just gonna hit like Control Z until this is all back. And then I guess I can hit save. I don't even know how to hit. Did I never commit that? I guess I didn't. Yeah, it's still called screen average. And then timer is still like added in here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. So yeah, I think I'm just going to copy. No, I think I'm definitely just going to copy this. Duplicate. I'm going to call it, I'm going to call this, I guess, Adaptation. So this will essentially read on all the colors and then do an interpolation and say, all right, what's our value at? Okay, this is what our value is. Let's start bringing in dark color vision, whatever it is. Let me actually not call this Adaptation. Let me call this night vision. It's a better name, gotta be. So I do already have a script called iNight Vision. So there's that. Screen average, right? I just want to delete this. I don't actually want this. Delete. Sorry, I meant diff. All right, so those I don't need to worry about. I don't think I need to worry about those. Don't need to worry about those. What am I looking for? And in fact, this might even be how it was intended to be used. This was meant to be like a linear RGB value of the final screen color, and then you would start fading in stuff when it's dark. Damn, I'm dumb. That might have been how it was meant all along. All right, I'm definitely making progress today. I'm calling it now. Progress will be made. Okay. So, I'm going to copy everything from here. Okay, almost. I mean, yeah, I'm going to copy everything. Paste it all in. And just remove that. Let's call this read and interpolate. Just call this define read and define interpolate. So this will run after auto exposure and tone mapping happens. After tone mapping happens. So this should start getting me some values that are like really close to 1 almost all the time. Okay, good. Read shader, interpolate shader. This will be iNight Vision. Amazingly, all of that basically stays the same, which is great. This will kind of change. This will also change. Got an idea? Give up? No, what's your idea? Is it a real idea? I feel like I've finally got the found the trick, I think. So I shouldn't need to copy out, I think. Do I have to? I kind of have to. Do I have to? No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll leave it there for now, but I don't think so. Yeah, essentially I'll have like a different illumination function. It runs on top of after auto exposure. So that light sources that illuminate will take it away. So you genuinely have to be in the dark. Jeez. Maintain current value. Will I be storing it as a rotating texture again? Like a spinning texture, whatever this is? Do you mean like... Make it so if a player plays for 256 days consecutive, the game starts glitching like crazy, what makes it so if the player changes the day on the clock or uses cheat engine to speed up, they get the same effect. Or I could write the game and believe that no one ever played more than 10 days and let real glitches start happening at some point. I'm sure at some point there's going to be a thing where I'm going to tie some mechanics to like the day, and I already have an idea to tie score to the day, but other stuff to days. So I'm sure something like that will happen eventually. That could be like time starts speeding up. Like every minute I would double the rate of time passage. So after a couple minutes it's like strobe effect and it's impossible to play. You like can't see anymore. What is it? Like the last season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has that effect happening. Although I think their acceleration is way slower. I think theirs is like minutes before it doubles. Or maybe it's more like exponential. So exposure, I guess this would just be color. Just value. Clear buffers, do all this. R32, that's probably fine. I need to read from it so I can keep it safe. Keep it the same. To make the skip processing when the game is paused. It's like all identical stuff. Now this, however, I don't need to do anymore. This all goes away. I don't have that. I guess no, I don't have this either. Nope. Size and then padding. And I'll have to go to 16 there. So I just get the color layer. And then I just run all that. None of that code changes. Now at the end of it, once I'm done with this, should I do a compute list begin for each of these? Because this is per view. Essentially what I've done here is I've computed so then at this point I would essentially need a shader that comes in and says apply your value. So I use all this compute to reduce the texture down to a single value, and then I interpolate on that value. And then when I have this value, or rather I interpolate it, yeah. I interpolate the value. Then once I have the value, I would run another step here now at the end. So let me just say this. Interpolate. Oh, you know what? I guess this could be a tone map thing, right? No, I have to do this after the tone map. Or could I just get this? Maybe I'll just multiply by the exposure level. Let me think about this. I compute an exposure, and then I would run back over it. I'm trying to think at what point do I want to apply this. The tone map could apply this. It could. It could read the current value after applying exposure and then perform eye adaptation, eye night vision. What I could do is auto exposure, tone map. This computes a value for the tone map. And then on the next frame, the tone map could start interpolating that value. Is that fine to have a 1 frame delay before you get night vision? No, I think not. I actually don't like that. I feel like I always ask myself, is it fine for this to be delayed 1 frame? And then I say no. So this should run before the tone map. So it could read in and apply the exposure the same way that the tone map would apply it. I really want to reduce how much of the same calculation I'm doing. I mean, this is one multiplication, right? This is a single multiplication. Is that so much to worry about? Maybe? Probably. A single multiplication. I guess my thought there is, I would actually really like to avoid that. I could also, because if I'm running a reduction, it would be smarter to do it all in one go. So I could probably merge this with auto exposure and just have it save 2 shared stuff. So we're using 1 buffer, but we're writing, oh, wait, I can't write 2 values. I mean, I could make it red-green. But I guess I don't know Do I... Okay. So the way that this is going to work is that it's going to operate on the screen after exposure has been applied. So I have to know what the exposure is before I can run this. Alright, so yes, this goes after tone map. After tone map applies exposure and everything, then it's going to basically look at this and say, alright, well, can we start multiplying values? Are we dark enough? So it uses a function to set a target value. It interpolates to that target value, and then it uses that target value to multiply the colors. So dark colors start getting multiplied by a constant value, which is your night vision color, times whatever, some brightness level, I guess. Alright, so that would run here, right? Okay. Reduce color, interpolate. Interpolate night vision. And I actually do need a step size. Size and step, that is, I do need the step size. So what does that come from? Adjustment is... I mean, I have this, so I guess I just put this in there. Well, I can't copy like that. And this is a float 16, or just a float. Could float at position 8. Yes. There's our time step. Okay. And I may as well include, like... Yeah, let me compute it up here. The adjustment's going to be some value multiplied by this. I guess I can make this an exported value, right? Speed, I guess. Or, what is it? What does he call it? Because he has this one being at a higher value than that. I have so many tabs open. Time. I guess time, right? I would just say time. So in the smaller value. And this is the adjustment that I would use. This t value. Although then he recomputes the t value to be this value. Whatever. Time, 0.4. I'll even say or greater. And of course also document it. So then I would just encode the time over yes, it this over time. Is that how he defines it? That makes sense to me. Big T over small t. Yeah. Big T over small t. Size. Adjustment. Heading. Reduce color and interpolate night vision. Also, I'm actually realizing something. This doesn't really work with different views. I thought it did for a second, but it actually doesn't. I would need 2 different previous buffers. Oh well, it's close enough. It's whatever. Interpolate night vision, and this is going to be apply night vision to scene. So here I would guess I need to read how tone map. Check how tone map does this. Input image. Yeah, so this gets, yeah. And then I would bind that, uniform set, pretty much all this. Except for the compute list and the end down there. And except for that. X groups. So I think X groups is just, yeah, these values here. Do I write X groups inside of here? Groups X. Yeah. Do I use this again? No, I don't. Honestly, I'm just throw these in here. So I'm not. Confusable, you say? I guess I could actually just make this up here, couldn't I? Then I have to do this. Don't have to do this here. Although I'm not sampling. Okay, so it's not a sampler with texture. This is an image. So we call this screen sampler. Okay, and this is just screen texture. And then I have Guess I also have vision texture. And this would just be, I would have written it last into reduce texture, I. If we're on the last one, sample with texture 2. Do I write into 2? Do I write into 2? To previous luminance, no, I just read. Image store goes into dest, which is set 1. It's just uniform type image, yeah. And I'm always writing into the next one, so I guess it would actually be buffers I holds the next one. So buffers I holds the final result. So vision texture would be buffers I. This is the result. I guess this would be buffers size -1. Gotta do last, end, back. Wait, can I actually do array -1? Unlike with that, an error is generated without stopping project execution. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, let me just do this again. Just inline this. There's no need for it to be crazy like that. And this would actually be a totally different shader too. Actually, it would still be I night vision, but I would just be doing a different, I would have a different define for this. Define, yeah, I guess this should just be define right. And then I would have a right read shader, interpolate shader, and a right shader. Okay. pipeline. Okay, and then pretty much all the way down here, I'm going to copy this to be the right shader. Whoops. What did I just do? Right shader, define right. Right pipeline with the right shader. And then all that's the same. Okay. So then down here, I would bind the pipeline to be right pipeline, this uniform set, these push constants. All right, cool. I gotta close that one behind me real quick. Okay. Keeping the brightness in here good. Now, is that all of that? Screen texture, vision texture, screen texture is a uniform image. Binding 0, binding 1. This will be the right pipeline. This final value. So may as well keep it consistent there. Okay. All right. So now, I would go into night vision here. Send you to 7, I guess. Well, actually, yeah, send you to 7. Go to 6. You stay on 6. 7. Okay. So I have all of this. This function I still need. Connect the chats. Okay. Just reconnected me. So now I have time. Yeah, then just reserved. Zero, 4, 8, and 12. Yeah, just have size, time. That's all I have. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. That's all I have. Size and adjustment. Good. Okay. So my size, I'm not, I am storing data first, so I would have, I guess I don't really want to share this unless I'm reading. All right, so let me say, yeah. Let me say this. This will just be read, and this will just be interpolate. If write, else, I have all this. We'll even leave it like this. Read. So if we were writing, I would have, when I'm writing, and this is all, yeah, this is set 0. So set 0, 0 is going to be my image, set 0, 1 is my source. So essentially just like this. Yes, this will be... Well, I don't need to really say that, do I? Source texture is a sampler. So let me look at what tone map defines for this input. RGBA 16F uniform screen. So I guess I'm just gonna do that. (16) set 0. So I still set 0 binding 1. And this will be sampler for vision. Or night vision. Okay. And then otherwise, all of this happens. We have temporary data. It's all doing that. So I guess, yeah, what I really want to do here is I want to say, then an else, we do all that, and it would say, what's the button for this? There's a button to format. I forgot what it is. Equals. That has formatted? No. It should then. Oh well. So if I'm writing, essentially I get my position, I read, I basically just do this. I take my color, I multiply it by something and then I store it, right? I guess I would compute an illuminance value. First of all, this one has to be reduced to something a bit better. This one need to be wavelengths. Did I already write these down? I feel like I might have. So red, I would say, is this value. Green would have this value, and then, okay. So I need to add all these together, because those are obviously not going to one. Oh, 555, so this would be the average between these two, actually. Whoops. So let me get this plus this. But of course, all of that divided by 2. 4049. So be this value. $6215. Okay. So now I will take the sum of these. I really like this one. This one's got to go to the playlist. There we go. Okay. So there's my total. So now I would have so my red value would be I guess this should be 1. Please. Okay, why do we do that? That's my red value. Is that small enough, actually? I don't think it's actually small enough. Because I might think of how the red lights work, where Yeah, let me review. Well, they are sensitive at that frequency. Actually, let me look at what the frequency was for red light. So our long cell is sensitive. Wow. No red. 498. Most sensitive. Wait, where is... Why did they just not mention... Oh, the peak wavelengths of L. 564 to 580. Interesting. So I have 0.12. Is that really what I had listed? Wait a second. 1212. Really? 610 nanometers. Huh. How did... Yeah, citation needed. Yeah, what? 560 to 580. Yeah, it looks like they just looked at the graph and were like, ah, that looks about right. But we actually have the values, don't we? Yeah, 610. Alright, let me say it's 610. I'll just leave it. But I still feel like it's not quite low enough. I feel like 015 is not low enough. Alright, let me make it lower. Let me actually make it lower. The next lowest value is this one. So I could say halfway between these two. So 1165. With 3, that's okay. Be 11223. So did this like loop or something? What did Crimson Forest and Rubido sound exactly the same? They're not at all the same. That's also going to the list. Okay. now. 4049. So 0.39 for green. Or 39006. 39006. I mean, I could actually just add them all up. I could just do that. I don't have to do it like this way. I don't have to do it like this. I have to do it like this, and I was also saying this way at the same time. Yeah, I guess I could just straight up add them all. And then multiply. I would have this multiplied by its perceived luminance? Or no? Would it just be this value? I think it would just be this value. Yeah, forget that. Let me just add them all up. So this would be... Maybe I should normalize it? Should I normalize it? Would I just take this value and multiply it by... No, I don't think so. What would I do? Okay, let me normalize it. I think I should just normalize it. So I will have 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. So I'll even start making sure I'm keeping it normalized. $39,006. I actually have more than that, so I could say 5.8. Okay, so 390058. And then this should be the last value. Yeah, 598,719. 598,719. Right? Okay. I will be right back. Gotta take the dog outside. Yes. am back. Okay. Those numbers are in. Now, I still think I kind of want to do some sort of luminance thing. Maybe? Like, would I multiply these then by their... I mean, I really can't, I think. I mean, green is really like kind of the destroyer of it, right? So my thought is maybe I do this additional multiplication on it. No, I don't think that makes any sense. Because this is not about our perceived lightness of something. This is about, like, is the color we're looking at sensitive? Is the night vision is, I guess, mechanically, biologically, in our eyes, is this color sensitive to, is our night vision sensitive to this color? For red, it's really, really low, right? Night vision is super low sensitivity to red. It honestly still might not be low enough. I may want to scale this further, but I guess I'll have to test it to find out. I could even pass in this color to the push constants. I could even pass that in. So I could even say we have our size, and I would pass in my... Yeah, let me do this. Vec, okay, so Vec 3s kind of suck because they take up, I think, 4 slots. They take up the same amount of space as a Vector 4. So I guess this would be like sensitivity or color sensitivity. So this would go into slot 8, but it would... Oh, no. Alright, let me just do this. Let me just move it down. That'll be reserved portion. This starts at 16. And then I would have adding up to 32 at this point. So I'd have 4 more here. So that starts at 16. 16 to 20, 24, 28, and then it takes another one to 32. Oh, this already brings me to 32, so I don't have to do that at all. Okay, so I just have 1 float reserved and then color sensitivity. So I guess I'll just do, so I still need to keep those values. Yeah, I still need to keep those values. This would be, sorry, V times params times light sensitivity. Params light color sensitivity. And at the mic, sorry. Color sensitivity. So I can tune this later with a parameter if I really want to. Which I probably will end up wanting to. Vector color stored as one float. Cool. One float. And then here I would do color times, or color RGB times. Oh, so now I compute the luminance. So I compute a luminance, float luminance, which would be this guy here. And this should already be, yeah, this is already going to be linear, so I don't need to worry about that. So I get the luminance, and then I would say to multiply this by, also I just realized that my interpolation here is wrong. This would be average. This would just be 0 to 1. Then I would say, instead of previous luminance, interpolate, this would be previous vision. Source vision. Source texture, source vision. I'll just be reading source vision. Source texture, good. Guess I can just delete that and that. I read in vision. Previous, average minus previous. The formula they have is different. A, which is, yeah, our average, plus previous minus average, times, what is it? Whoa. Times, it's like 1 minus exponent, yeah, negative, what is it? Negative time. Exponent negative time. Good. Sweet. Oh, and average is going to be the average color here. What is this? Oh, position. Right, okay. Average, and then I would, if I'm interpolating, I would have a target, I guess, would be yeah, 0.04 over 0.04 plus average. So then I would say, yeah, that should be previous. Target minus previous. And I guess yeah, I can just say average. Sure, whatever. Average previous plus target minus previous times 1 over 1 minus the exponential of negative time. Is this all making sense? Not quite. So I multiply the luminance here. So I have my luminance. I would have my right. I would have my screen and my night vision, which contains how much I can see. So my luminance is computed here, or the color I'm looking at. So then what I would do is I would blend I guess okay, so this is where it gets a little bit tricky. So now I need to have a proper luminance calculation. But I guess I can figure that out. So luminance, this is post-exposure. So this would just be my function, right? This is just this function. So at 1, we're here. At 0.1, I'm here. So perhaps, honestly, perhaps I just square this. And then I would probably actually have... maybe not square it. Maybe just bring it down. Let me add another 0 here. Yeah, let me do 0, 0, 4. And have it be this curve. I'll leave it at 0, 4 for now. So I compute this. This is my value. There. This is the target value that we've stored. And we're interpolating to it slowly over time. So then I read this value out. And this is how much... Right, so this is how you go back to the true calculation for this parameter. So from this value, I would now compute a real blend, which is I guess, yeah, I would compute the luminance of this, multiply it by 1 minus that. Over y, this is a bit of an interesting one. Over y. Over y. L is the luminance. Wait, is y the... L is the tone map luminance. Y is the luminance. I think this is like combining. I guess essentially what I would do is I would compute the... I take the luminance. Okay. I mean, I know what I should do. So I take the luminance here, and I use this value as a factor of the current night vision value. So the current night vision value is going to be updating constantly, and I would essentially multiply it by this value again. So color would be equal to the I guess I could actually say what was my night vision color? I do have a night vision color. Let me honestly make that a parameter. This would start at 32. And then I would pad to 40 something bytes or whatever it is. 48 bytes, I guess. So night vision color will be yeah, let me make this. Should I make that a method? I should probably make, I feel like I should make that a method. So float it takes in a float L yeah, that's all it does. That line's not needed. Night vision average. Does 0 definitely gives you, I just want to check. Plugging in 0 here definitely gives you 1? Yeah, it definitely should. Yeah. Okay, so then I have a luminance, so then I will have a float. Well, I guess I would say I actually do want to stash that value, so I'll just call this color vision. I guess it could be I don't know, curve. Let me say luminance is going to be equal to night. Of that luminance. So then what I will have is yeah. So then what I'll have is at the current color times 1 minus luminance plus night vision color. Is that what I name it? Night vision color? Times luminance. Night. We call this darkness, I guess. Darkness is probably a better word for it. So adding darkness plus times that times darkness times, then I would need to read in, I guess this would be texel fetch. Or vision texture. Oh wait, I'm calling this night. Let me call this vision texture. Vision texture at pause, which was ivec2, so ivec2 0. Zero dot r. Okay. So this will actually make light darker a bit, right? So I think what I should do is, I don't want to make the light darker, actually. Right, I actually don't want to make the light darker at all. Yeah, that's right. So this would just be adding, I guess then I would compute, okay. Let me do luminance here. Float darkness is this one. And then I would add night vision color times essentially 1.0 over luminance. This was going to be this is technically my key value now, right? So exposure scale. So I would do exposure scale. So I will keep this at 0.18 over luminance, because that's how this one works. We multiply it by that. Although if I get back 0, so I guess I have to do this mix, don't I? So if I get back 0, yeah, let me say this. So when I do over luminance, and I will mix between 0 and exposure with is infinite exposure. I don't think that's the right direction. Yeah, it should be exposure 1. Exposure and 1. Or sorry, it should actually be exposure and 0. So if it's 0, 1. Wait. This means I would be doing luminance. Okay, so this would be... Is that right? Out of the night vision color times 1? I guess so, right? Yeah. Night vision color times 1. If it's actually like totally dark, which this happens if that value is super close to 0, times the darkness, which is essentially our night vision, how much we could have, This is an exposure value to get this color up to be a certain brightness that I want it to be at. This is to get, in fact, I might even make that lower. Like 07. This is how much of it we could actually have, because it's an inverse effect. It's the night vision effect, essentially. And then this one is how have the sensitivity of our night vision over time. Okay. And in fact, before I continue, this one has to be essentially, it has to compute its night vision value ahead of time. Okay. Because what they do is they compute it ahead of time, and then they use it to compute a real value of t, which would be this. So essentially we blend between cone adaptation time and rod adaptation time, if we're, depending on like how far down we're going, right? So I guess let me say that. I guess I could make those both parameters then now, couldn't I? So let me say dark time and light time. Dark time, light time. I would compute night vision given both of those values. Or I would do it. Yeah, okay. Target would be night. I guess it would actually be average. I also wrote time. It should have been parameters time. So this will actually be target value, which would be night vision average. And then time would be light time multiplied by 1 minus the target plus dark time times target. Yep. So there's a time value, and then I would have my negative time right there, and this would be targets. So now it would go up faster and down slower, right? Essentially what that means. And it blends. Okay. Light time, dark time, I'm getting excited for this. Night vision for writing. This is what we do. Otherwise we do all of this other stuff. Take RGB, add night vision color times the exposure. So I do some exposure there to bring up the color. And then times the darkness, which is the night vision of our luminance value. Which I guess it should also be times. No, it would be, okay. So yeah, this handles the exposure correctly. So we bring it up, multiply by our darkness, which is the luminance. Okay, this might actually be an issue. I don't know. Because I think what this should really be is, I think this is kind of like gonna flatten all the textures, flatten all the colors. Okay, yeah, this doesn't seem right. So essentially I would bring up the brightness. I would take the color. I would multiply it by I would get the color. I would collect the luminance from that color. Yeah, so this is not quite correct. This needs... Should the exposure value be this result? Because this is kind of like the exposure value, kind of. Not really. Okay, so it's not the exposure value. In a way, it is the exposure value. This is kind of like an extra exposure thing over time. So as this value comes up, I'll be brightening pixels to a certain extent. I guess what I would really do is I would do 0.7 over some like flat luminance value. So this would, yeah, so exposure would actually be some value here. I guess it could just be 0.7. Maybe I just don't do that at all and I multiply it by the color. Yeah, let me just say exposure here. Just do that. So exposure would be 0.7 over I guess it would be 1 over 0.7, 0.7 over... Yeah, what's the lowest exposure we can go to, I guess, is my question. What's the bottom? I guess the exposure I can go to is going to be this over that value there. So it could be exposure over pixel fetch. Right, I think about it. This is more like an inverse exposure. An inverse sensitivity. So the higher this value is, the less night vision I want. So I guess I should say float sensitivity would be equal to this value, wait, 1 minus this value? No. I compute this value, and then when I save it to the image, I'm saving this value. I'm going from, yeah, I compute night vision here, so this value goes up. I could track 2 values here. No, because I have to store 2 images. Alright, what do I want to do? Because this kind of acts like a second layer of exposure. I guess I would just have more like a flat level of light that I could see like this. Okay, so this value comes out to be 1 when we have good night vision. Let me not even do that at all. This is just 1. We'll be adding to the darkness, which is the night vision of the luminance, times this. Okay, that's all this is. And I guess I should probably just blend between the two, maybe? Is that what I should do? I should just blend between these two? It would be 1 minus the luminance. Or just luminance. I feel like that could just darken it too much. But if that's what I compute for the luminance, then that means the... No, I don't think I can do that. That just makes everything too dark. I guess what I could do is take times 1 minus the darkness. So this properly crossfades it. I think I can do that. So this ensures that it becomes a crossfade then between the colors. So I'm not really getting just extra night vision on top of color. I'm making sure that when I add night vision, I'm definitely taking away color. Okay. This seems correct to me. So now in night vision, I have to add these. So I'm actually going up to 48, I think. Because I have my time value, which is actually just going to be... Oh, right. Okay, so I actually have a time step. Okay. So I need one more parameter here. So I need this, and then I need... Damn. I have a dark time, a light time. Can I say... No. Okay. This sucks to add this. This is going to push out vector 3, I think, to like 32. It is. It's totally going to push it out. So then I just have time step. This will save at 16. And I think this one gets pushed way out to like I think it does. I think this has a byte alignment of 4. Or sorry, a byte alignment of 8. What is it? Byte alignment of... Oh no. STD 430 byte alignment calculator is what I'm going to be looking for. Every 4th entry is unused. Adds float to vec2. Funny. Are aligned to 16 byte boundaries. Lets you pack a vec3 followed by a float. 430 lets you pack? What? That's what I'm on, right? I can add a float after this? Oh my gosh, I can. So I can pack it right in there. This would be at 16. That would take up 20, 24, 28. Wait, what? So since starts at 28? So 16 to 24 is taken. So the end is 24. Sorry, the end is 20. Then the end is 24. Then the end is 28. So this starts at 28. And this one, this goes from 28 to 32. This one starts at 32. Awesome. Okay. So light time, dark time. I would have all this over time. Sorry. Params, time, step, over time. Is that correct? Time step over time. I think so. Yeah, time step over time. 1 minus the negative time step over time. Do I have enough parentheses? No. Cool, light time, dark time, time step. Okay, so color sensitivity is going to be essentially, yeah, just a vector 3 with these values. And then, all right, it's going in. So I have size, then I have dark time and light time. Am I getting a bunch of errors printing? No, we're good. This will be an encode float. This will be, do I say dark time, light time? Yeah. 8. And then at 12. And then color sensitivity is going to be at 16. What options do I have? Very little. Okay. Encode float at 16. This will be sensitivity red, green, blue. 20, 24, and that goes to 28, and then at 32, at 32, I get to put in my time step. So that goes away. And then, yeah, it's one float. And then all the way up to wait, what did they say? What do I get? Vec3 and Vec4 are aligned to forward boundaries. Lets you pack a Vec3 followed by a float or a pair of Vec2s. Right. But that's fine. Okay, so Vec2, 2 floats, then a Vec3, and this float is supposed to go right next to it. And then I have the Vec3 at 32, which makes this whole thing a size 48. Which it already is a 48. Time step, and then sorry, this goes at 28. And then the color starts at 32. 36, and then 40. Okay, now I have to export all of these values. Dark time. Light time would be 0.1. Time constant for light adjustment. And then I would have what do I call it? Do I call it night vision color? Night vision color, yeah. Color. Then I guess I would multiply it by the alpha. I should probably do that. Multiply this by the alpha. Where are my push constants? I need to minimize all these. Collapse. Collapse all these. Just to be nice so that when you adjust the alpha, you actually get a result. Same thing, I guess, with sensitivity. Yeah, that's totally what I'm trying to write there. I guess because I haven't written the variable yet, it doesn't know about it. Night vision color. We'll use from monochromatic night vision. Alpha adjusts. Alpha multiplies the color, and then I would have sensitivity, color, and then night vision sensitivity response. Seeing RGB in seeing RGB. Seeing RGB drops night vision. Similar to real life. Red is vision insensitive to red light. Mostly insensitive to red light. So now these, I will type in the values that I've written here. 011223. Three 390058. This should be a normalized value. All components added to 1. Night vision is mostly insensitive to red light. Okay. And then 598719. Is alpha default to 1? From alpha set to 1. Good. So I don't need to write that. This would be, what does he use? I think he uses like an overbright color, actually. Yeah, he does. He uses 1.05, 0.97, and 1.27. So I guess I'll do the same. 1.05. 97 and 127. I wonder if I could divide these values by their total and then just use that as the alpha. So the alpha would be like a greater than 1 multiplier. I would have to divide everything by 1.27. I'll just leave it like that, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Is that all my stuff? All the stuff? Am I ready to see this look really cool and awesome? Yeah. Is it going to glitch out and do something crazy? Definitely. Okay, and in theory, all I have to do is put this in my, here, after my eye night vision effect, with those values, night vision color. So that would be the sensitivity. What did I do? Oh. Does it actually give me the right color? Wait. Select the tone map RGB values as a combination of the color information and the monochromatic intensity proportionally to the scotopic sensitivity. Right, okay. Let me look at this real quick before I try to do anything. Am I getting errors? That's fine. Maybe that's not fine actually, I don't know. I want to look at what I did in my debug for debug shaders, 2D. What color am I printing right now? Is this color? Okay, so that's actually the blue color that I wanted. Yeah, that's the color that I really wanted. So I get the luminance. Perhaps what I would really do instead is I get the luminance, but then I get the night illuminance. Yeah? Let's say float. Yeah. Night luminance will be equal to the would be equal to darkness times these colors. So it would be, where am I at? These values. So I'll just copy these values. Although perhaps what I do is I actually do the sensitivity. I use the sensitivity color. I say night vision color. Yeah, so it should be this one times the sensitivity. So color sensitivity. Multiplied by this. Oh. Wait a second. I can't do it quite like that. I have to do... Yeah, so let me do color, like 3, sensitivity, turn. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Luminance, and then I would have this times the color sensitivity here. So this is the night luminance. So I get 1 minus the darkness, and this would be times the night luminance. guess it also needs to be multiplied by darkness, though. So I have the color multiplied by the sensitivity to that color, multiplied by how dark it is, so my actual night vision multiplied by how much I should be able to see at that time. Okay. Is that all set now? Does this all make sense? So let me re-import it. And it's going to tell me there's a problem. Yes, of course. Text font does not belong to a valid section of version 450. Okay. Yeah, same exact error, whatever. Okay. So does this run now? Yeah, okay, so that's getting a lot of problems. I guess I just do reload. Still getting the same errors. Don't think I need those open anymore. Parameter pipeline is null. So I think when I run create shader, night vision effect is a post-process effect. Push error. Okay, let me just put breakpoints on these so I know. And I guess I just hit run, see what happens. Okay. So source vision, undeclared identifier, missing end if, compilation terminated. So I was thinking I probably have just missed some semicolons, although source vision, if read, otherwise we're using a source vision. Okay, so that doesn't make sense. Declared identifier. What? Is it indeed? Oh, this should be read, right? If def read, interpolate. I wasn't modifying this one, was I? No. Read, write, interpolate. Read, write, interpolate. Okay. Yeah, read, write, interpolate. So then I need to make sure that these are actually set correctly. Read, write, interpolate. Okay. Image load, undeclared identifier. Line 72, a bunch of problems. Okay. So UV is not defined here. Of course it's not defined here. This would be position, not UV. Alright, retry. Syntax error, unexpected right brace on line 133. Of course I did miss a semicolon or something. Oh, this is supposed to go here. Or is it? Should go there. That's right. Okay. Lots of errors. Okay, stop. Pipeline shader requires the following bindings. Set 0 binding 0. Did I fail to do that? No, this is supposed to be right, what is this? It's supposed to be right shader. Right shader. The right shader. Oh, no. Wait. Yes, we have read shader, interpolate shader, shader, and then this is right shader. That's right. The right shader, and then the right pipeline. Okay, that should be it. No errors. So is something happening then? I wouldn't know. Actually, I really wouldn't know. Okay. So I guess what I can do is, yeah, just start doing like debug stuff. Just like overlaying the texture or something. So instead of all this, I will do I will just add I'll just do that and run this. So it should slowly turn white. Oh, what is that? I see a little white box up there in the corner. That's quite funny. That is really weird. That is really weird. So screen texture is input image. Wait, why am I getting a white square up there? That's really weird. That's like the gray default square, is what that is. Huh? How is that possible? Am I dispatching the wrong number of groups? Size X. That would probably do it. Yeah, that would actually do it. So what I want to do is get the size of this. So really just want to reset size at the end of this. And I need to close my window. Oh, that's so bright. Okay, so initially this texture should probably start at 0, right? This is like gray right now, but this should probably start at 0. Black. Cool, so nothing will happen. Oh my god. Why is it so bright? 1 second. Well, I mean, I think actually if I run this, even though I'm doing that, I should be able to turn it on and it should like, I should be able to see, right? Flashlight is on. Can't see anything. Okay, never mind. Right, that's funny. So this value is not being set correctly is what I'm getting out of this. This value is not set correctly. I do have, I should have, gosh. At the end of this, I should have a computeless added barrier. Good. So I have to wait for everything before it to end. And then I just, yeah, overlay the screen texture. So, at least now it's going over the whole screen. But this is always coming back as 1. Vision texture. Vision texture. So binding 1 needs to be the last value, right? I mean, what's really weird is that it goes super fast. It's like white immediately. I start these all at black. Oh, should this be using current? No, because this is after that, and I've assigned that. Oh, wait a second. That line's bad. Don't do that. That's a bad line. Okay, so it's still, you know, pure white. Okay. So what do I expect to happen? I expect this to be not white. In fact, I expect this to be I expect this to be black and then very slowly fade into white. Is what I expect. So interpolate, read, write, interpolate, read, write. I'm just making sure that these are compiling correctly. Interpolate, read, and write. Oh, is dark time and light time not set? I need to check that. It may be that these are not correctly set right now. Yeah, those are all set. Post-transparent. Yeah, so this one is dark, at least. Yeah, this one's dark. The frame rate is getting really, really bad though. Okay. What? Shader is null, returning RID. I mean, what are you talking about? I need to reload. I have to reload. It's being dumb. Ouch. White. Okay. So dark time, light time. Alright, so I guess I just gotta keep reading through this until I find what my mistake was. So currently I'm just writing out the result of my vision texture, which is clearly wrong. It should be not pure white. So take my temp data T, I compute the sensitivity, which is just these multiplied together and then added, right? Just like this one. And then that's my color sensitivity. Just going to make sure that color sensitivity is in the right spot. So color sensitivity starts at 16. So 16, we're doing our sensitivity times alpha. Good. So that's all correct. Let me try adding my time step. I would expect that to give me a very small value. I just need to check that value, right? All right, cool. It's going up and down, flashing. That looks great. That looks perfect to me. Okay, so I'm sure that time step is coming in correctly. So am I reading in color sensitivity correctly now? Color sensitivity, so I'd expect this to be that blue color. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so time step is incorrectly, color sensitivity is incorrectly, and then night vision color. Let's do night vision color. Although this one doesn't have anything to do with it, but you know, it doesn't hurt to check right now while I'm doing it. So it should be white. Yep. And then if I change this color to be like 0. Cool. Okay. That tracks. All right. So I'm certain all my data is going in correctly. Certain of it. So that means this calculation should be correct, although I have a UV there. Yeah, that's fine. Screen is the correct bit depth. These are the correct bit depths. Bits. So somewhere here I have a mistake. So I get my previous vision at 0, 0. Let me just be like consistent, I guess. Say that will be 0, 0. This should get a little bit darker, right? No, it didn't get darker. It's still just, it is still rendering straight to pure white immediately. That is so bright. I'm blinding myself. I need to turn my screen brightness down a bit. Okay. Alright, so I'm looking down here. This all I assume was correct because I just copied that and I didn't touch any of it. So, previous vision, let me check if that one comes in correct. So set to on interpolate. Set to for interpolate. It would be here. I would use the interpolate shader and bind the current value there. Good. So the current value should always be coming back as should this be 1.0? Why did it not complain to me about that? Was that my mistake? Was that actually my mistake? That not being 1.0? No. Okay. So previous vision comes in correctly. Let me just say that I store the previous, let me just say here at the end of this, say average is equal to previous, and just check that. I don't even know what this is really checking, but I would expect this to be black now. I would expect it to be as if nothing is happening. Interesting, okay. Interesting. So the previous value came back white, somehow. Vision texture. Vision texture gets the last buffer, which was the last thing written to. Interpolate writes, yeah, interpolate writes to buffers I-1. Or, no, we write to set to set 1, right? Set 1 is our destination luminance. Should definitely be destination vision. But that's not the mistake. The name of this is not the mistake. Can we like be serious right now? Okay. Destination vision, source vision, destination vision. Read previous vision, which comes from set 2, which does the interpolation. Is my function just bad? Is my function just bad? Because it could be that I have this being bad. Times 1 minus e to the negative step over t. I will be right back. Gotta feed the dog. And gotta hide that. Okay. So I was just making sure that I set this correctly. Buffers I, which will be the same as the last value. And you know what, just because this is kind of weird, I'll say size -1, whatever. And then I do have to flip it. Okay, reload. Right. So I do initialize it blank, right? I initialize it blank. So the only thing that's kind of maybe a little bit weird is this formula. So 1 minus e, I guess, x over some value. So let me just see what that is. Not this guy. Yeah, let me just do... Yeah, 1 minus e to the x over 0.4, I guess. Okay, so this is interestingly negative. Oh, right, this has to be negative. Okay. Okay, so that's what I would have expected to see. So as my time step increases, which really my time step would be like down here. Right. So this would be my time step somewhere down here. And then it's like about here. Yeah. So it's supposed to be computed value plus, or sorry, actual, okay, so A is previous plus computed minus previous. Previous plus computed minus previous times 1 minus this negative value. Time step over time. And time is computed as target times target. Okay. So, all right, let me just make this time step. Just go to it by time step. Okay, pure white instantly. Alright, so what if I just wrote average? I just clamp average between 0 and 1. So now I would expect this to be 1 at the start, but if I turn on my light, okay, interesting. Is it fading to white? No. It's not. It should be fading to white. Have I been... Okay, so it's getting the vision texture. We're just storing the average color that we computed. Oh, no. I want to store the target. Target value. Okay, but clearly it seems like a stop to keep. Reloading this? I don't know. I'm a little confused. So I expect this to fade to white as I sit here. It's not doing that. Definitely not fading to white. Do I have to really like hit re-import on this, even though it's like dumb and stupid? Because there's no reason I should have to hit re-import on that. Fade to white. Okay, so it's not fading to white. Night vision average. Average sensitivity. I'm saving the sensitivity of it. So I'd be essentially saving... I'd be essentially saving... I've just understood something, I think. Yeah, I've just understood something. So when I'm running through this, I'm setting... Yeah. I need to rerun this. Fade to white. Fade to white. No. Okay. I definitely needed to do that. Oh my... There. I do that there. Fade to white. Fade to white. I should definitely be seeing it fade to white. So why does it not do that? Because essentially what I do is I take the average. The rect size is parameters, the smallest value between this one and position, the size. So the size is set correctly. Average equals that. Position is that. Otherwise, temp data is 0. If I don't have a value... Yeah, if I don't have a value, I just make it 0. Right, that makes sense. I do my brightness calculation. Essentially what I do there. So I'm storing my target value. I'm just storing the target value. It's not even fading to white. It should just be going straight to... Wait, night vision average. When this is a high value, it would be... Okay, let's just say I store... Alright, let's actually say this. Let's do this, and let's say my target is going to be 1.0. Okay? My target is 1.0. This is really hard to figure out where the problem is. Really difficult. So it should be like white immediately? No. Man. What is going on? So I am fading to my target. Target is 1. So this one should definitely work. This one should be fading to white. Absolutely, this one should be fading to white. Should be like a gentle fade to white. Gentle. What? I mean, I actually don't understand that. What? I'm saving my target to destination vision. Target is 1. I'm just setting the value straight to 1. So I should be adding 1. No. Re-import. This is really dumb. We are enabled. Okay, that's what I wanted to see there. Is it white here? No, it's not white here. Is this a thing where I have to hit save on this? Stupid, dumb, stupid thing? I have to hit save? I have to hit control save like 20 times? I have to hit save all scenes? Because it's like not doing it in reality? Hit save? I mean now? Because it's gotta be white. I mean, it's gotta be white. It's showing me white in the editor, and I'm not getting white here. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna explode. I'm saving white to the image. Wait, I'm setting it to previous. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm an actual idiot. Reload. I would still expect to see white here. Hit play. White instantly. Okay, good. I've got somewhere. Instantly white. Now, I will fade into white. It starts black. It will fade into white. Probably quickly. Okay. Not that fast. Re-imports. Run. Okay, I mean, it shouldn't be that fast, but... I don't know, this fast? It's too fast. It's too fast. Okay, that definitely got brighter. Although I don't understand. Cool, there it is. Very, very slowly. Alright. So that works. We are fading to white here. What about this now? Do we fade to white here? Preferably way slower. I feel like I have to hit reload. No, and like do this so the buffers get remade. Alright, let me go up here to where I do this, and the clear color is just going to be black, and I'm not going to do this. Just clear it to black every time I reload. Oh, I saw it. That's like kind of ridiculous how quick that really is. Alright, but it's there. It's definitely fading in way too fast. Absolutely fading in way too fast. But oh well. Alright. So now I know this is coming out correctly. This is working. What did I change? Honestly, I don't remember anymore. Honestly, I don't know what I changed. I think I deleted like one line that I added to debug and then it still broke. Alright, whatever. So the fact that it's coming out to 1 isn't right. It should be running after the tone map. Which I guess if I set it today, that'll drop away. So let me do that. Of course I closed world. Noon. So I should not see it. It shouldn't be happening. Okay, here, you know, it gets brighter, right? Look out here. Maybe look at the sun. Maybe look directly at this bright wall. This is definitely like way too fast. This is shockingly just too fast. Yeah, why is that actually so fast? That is really, really fast. I'm back. So the dark time and the light time, it's really fast. It's really, really fast. I guess what I'm looking for is not this kind of thing, because this, like I said, this is really fast. So let me say, because this is a value that I would expect to be putting in 0.04, and I'll be fading in at, you know, 0.003. I guess that's like 4% every tick, right? So I guess that's kind of fast. 4%. 4%. So yeah, that's actually really fast. Should I instead do 0.04 over x? No, of course not. That's just instant. So, I mean, I guess I would just... Should I do like this times? It should probably be this times that, right? Is what it should actually be. Because then when x is that, it's... Yeah, it's... Okay. So it should definitely be times time. Okay. So I'm just looking to see this like slow fade to white. Oh, but since it's multiplied now, it's inverted, actually. So it takes longer to come up than it does to come down. So yeah, it has to be a division. Big T over small t, and then yeah, I just need smaller values. These values have to be way smaller than that. So yeah, instead of like 0.4, it should probably be like 0.04 in light time. I mean, I want this to linger. I still want it to be able to linger. So do that. Oh yeah, higher values take longer. So let's actually, instead of doing that, let's make it up to like 1.6. We say 10. I'll do 10 there as well. I mean, I can really fiddle with those later. I probably shouldn't be doing those now. I should be making sure that it works, first of all. So I could make these oversensitive, perhaps. All right, well, since I know that everything is actually coming in correctly, I guess this function should now be right. Do I really just get pure white? Okay. All right. Yeah, let me try putting this up to like 10. Just go straight to my max. And then light time. I guess this is how fast you lose it. I guess I could say like 5 seconds there too. Let me make it 20 and 5. So it would take like 20 seconds to get it. And then right. I don't know. I'm really not sure what's going on here. I don't know. Right, well, I mean, that's what it looks like in the day, I guess, so take it to night. See if I get any night vision. It would take 20 seconds for this to come in. I don't see a single thing. I mean, I feel like I'm getting that night vision color. But I'm also not seeing anything. So let me see if I should just multiply. Night luminance is that sensitivity. Would I do... Let me just start adding a multiplier here. Yeah, let me just like four times. I'm really not sure why this one insists on just being pure white. That's totally busted. Yeah, I'm gonna reload it. Because the game is not pure white. I don't know why it's being that way. Okay, we're dark. If I hit save, it reloads and it doesn't do anything crazy, right? Okay. Alright, so let me run it. See if I get color coming in. No. That is a very monochromatic color, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything show up there. That is really cool, though, how the color effect is definitely doing something. Okay, that is really cool already, though. He is, like, dim until I get close to him. He has, like, no color. Alright. Let me try printing out my because I can read this value. So let me try printing it out with a timer. Guess I'll just put the timer at the bottom. So I will do, yeah, I'm just going to read out the value that I'm getting from this and see if it makes sense. It should like tend up to 1 in the dark, and when I turn the light on, it should drop down. Because it's reading the screen colors. So, if this timer greater than 1, timer minus equals the delta time here. Somewhere up here. This guy. Otherwise, timer's going to be equal to, sorry, 0. It's greater than 0. Timer goes 1, and then I can do a rendering server or sync, and data fact byte array will be texture get data of current is it just that texture get data expects to, oh yeah, layer 0. And then I would do night vision would be decode float at byte 0, and then I will print night vision. Every second I will print out the value. So it should start at 0 and then come up to 1. There it goes. All right. It's coming up to 1 really slowly, right? Now, if I turn on my light, that number should start going down a lot. So even with it on, it's not really going down. Okay, so now it's going down. But yeah, this isn't quite enough, I think. If I point it at a wall... Oh, it starts going up now. Okay, but I mean, I guess I can be tuned, right? The real issue is that this is almost 1 and I can't see moonlight. So... So I guess I just gotta keep doing a higher multiplier? Something like that? I mean, let me think about how... Yeah, so I'm using this function. This is the function that I'm using. So if this is at 1, this would be like 10 to the 4, right? So I should multiply it by 10 to the 4. Is that correct? Is that what I should do? I should multiply this by 10 to the 4? I feel like probably not. I'll do it anyway. I'll see what crazy thing happens. I shouldn't need to re-import it. This really should just work straight away. Whoa. Well, I can instantly see everything. Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool though. That is actually really cool. Can I see the moonlight in here? Oh, there's actually like barely any moonlight in there. Never mind. But I shouldn't have been able to see some. I should have been able to see stuff outside, at the very least. Okay. So my thinking here was that I actually need to set up a new exposure value, essentially. Which I kind of don't want to do. How does this impact frame rate? Oh, I don't see frame rate anymore. I need to turn that on. Frame time, information. It's still pretty good. Although it has not taken on the new shader yet. There it is. This does look kind of cool though. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to do. Let me just try reloading it. Whoops. Well, okay. That happened. I mean, I guess this is better. Maybe I just mess with this value until it looks fine. There it is, fading in. Although, definitely still too dark. Just, I don't understand why that's happening. That's strange up there. The sky is strange. But I guess this just means I still have it way too bright. Starting to see. Yeah, what's up with the sky though? Sky is weird. Yeah, this would be like actually 1,000 or something. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay. I mean, 10 is decent, I guess. Ten's kind of okay. Although this one I feel like it's strange. Exposure scale over that, and I do a tone map. Why does the sky look like that? And plus I want this to be really blue. So I guess my colors kind of Not very good. Okay, so I don't see anything at 8. I guess I'm still, you know, doing the adjustment here. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the house. Unless I've moved? No, I don't see a single thing. Okay. I still want it to be this blue color. It's not, you know, the blue color that I'm looking for. I don't quite understand this. Something... Am I seeing anything? Am I seeing something? Really, I gotta multiply it by 10? I guess what I would do is I would just take my night vision color and just start multiplying it, because that's what that does. This has just doubled it. Really, it doesn't let me set a higher alpha than 1? Why? Why does it not allow me to set an alpha higher than 1? Okay, whatever. So I still can't see anything even at 9, so I guess I have to go for 10. Okay. Reload. Yeah, that was weird. I could see stuff immediately. Like very quickly I could see stuff at 10. And now I can't. Stuff fading in. Am I seeing something? No. That's weird. This is weird. I'm not sure what's going on. I thought I could see something, like right away. Definitely this value is kind of wrong. I'm definitely computing something wrong here with the flashlight brightness because it's not... My night vision's still going up when I have the light turned on. And also, yeah, I'm seeing in monochromatic color. I should be seeing in color instead. So yeah, I'm multiplying it by 10 now, but I can't see anything. Weird. I could see something at 100. And then I could see a lot at 10, and I thought, okay, well, let me bring it down a little bit more now. Oh, there it is. I mean, I can see it there. It's showing up. Wow, it is barely there. That is really hard to see. I can finally see it now. That is really difficult to see. Okay. Let's make it... I don't know, 20? 20 something? Call your brother Jens and tell him to make something useful in Minecraft. Yeah, my brother. So now I expect to see something very, very quickly because... Do I actually have to hit re-import every time? And then reload. Yeah, it's at 20 now, and I don't think I'm going to be able to see anything. This is supposedly twice as bright. Supposedly. Dough. Alright, when can I see this thing? I think I can see it now. I'm at half of my night vision. But not full night vision yet. Maybe night vision isn't strong enough. I don't know. Is getting close though. Is pretty close. So let me do 32. Make it a number that seems like it's meant to be that value because of some other math. Daniel and I've almost got this. It is so close. I think I have... Yeah, I think I actually do have it. I just have to tune it now. I mean, I am tuning it, but... I have to tune it so that the exposure is correct. Delusional. I mean, this is night vision. This is pretty cool. And this guy over here is black and white. And then I get closer and then he becomes color. He becomes color really poorly though. So, there's that, actually. Maybe I should just make another exposure value and ramp that. I mean, but I can basically see, almost, kind of, not really. Would I just do like darkness times 32? Is that what I should do? Yes, this kind of doesn't work. Right, that kind of doesn't work there, actually. I think I just have to bump up the night vision color is probably right. I think I'll leave that. Alright, so luminance might be incorrect. Luminance is good for this. I think what I should really do is I think leave this here as a mix. My thought was that I could have tone map except the night vision power. Or not even that. But it fades out RGB below certain luminances, below certain exposures. I can't do that. Alright, well I think night vision is already probably wrong though, because this is kind of wrong. Because this would require a fully bright color. Oh, I just realized a term that he uses. He does use... He does use this term. I just realized this. This is what I was thinking of, and then I remember that he did this. So they multiply it by this over the luminance. And essentially this means so that whatever this value turns out to be, it doesn't brighten or darken a color. It's purely there to fade it out by darkness. So this could be luminance time... Yeah. Luminance times this. Wait, luminance times this divided by luminance? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. What? Tone map luminance, right? Yeah, never mind, that doesn't make sense. My darkness, I think, is right, but it's actually also kind of not right. Okay, so really, let me mess with this function. I think this function needs to be brought lower. So currently we're at this value. But I kind of think that it should start more at 0.1. So I guess really what I would do is I just add a 0. So yeah, let me just add a 0. Okay. Alright, so I can still see color here. This should be... Oh, this kind of isn't reducing my... Okay, this one is. Shining light on this one is dropping it. So that was more just getting that function to be a bit more appropriate to color values. But then I have to apply some kind of exposure value here. Because this still doesn't actually help me see anything. Yeah, alright, that dropped it quite a bit already. Alright, cool. That seems way better. Now to figure out how to get this to mix properly. I guess what I can do is I can just compute how much night vision color I would like to add, and then man, I don't get it. Which coding are you given assembly? Good question. What am I trying to do here? Because I just noticed a problem when I did this by like 32. So I'll just go back to this and look at the problem again. I can see stuff at night, which is good. Like that. Like that I can see stuff at night. But then this is the problem. That I can already see it adding there. This should only be adding in like actually really, really dark stuff. See, the ground has that really bad look to it. So I think what I need to do, I compute, this is darkness, night luminance is darkness times, am I doing this wrong? Because I'm including darkness twice. Darkness, yeah, darkness is being multiplied twice now. Is that why it was maybe looking a little bad? Yeah, that probably is. Because I was thinking this should come out to be 1. Right? Because I'm just adding the night vision color plus the night vision luminance. Then 1 minus... Essentially the thing is, if I have like any amount of color information at all, I want to kill the use of night vision on that. Maybe I just have to set it even lower. Maybe I have to bring this down by another factor of 10. Let me do that. Let me bring it down a further factor of 10. And then just visually review this. So night luminance is the darkness, which would be 1. Or sorry, night definition of luminance. Right, this is how dark it is. So it would be 1. 1 times the sensitivity. The reason I do this is because right. This is the chromatic coloring, essentially. Or that's the luminance, essentially, of what I'm looking at. That's the luminance. So that's where that comes in. But I've already included darkness there, so I don't need to multiply it again. And then that one is how much I've adjusted. That's the color. Okay. This should probably honestly just be that and not multiplied by that. So then I have this in here. I still have darkness there. Okay, so that's probably what's been going on a little bit. That's been making it look a little weird. And darker, actually. Why I had to multiply it by like 10. Alright, so what happens now? Can I see this thing in front of me? At all? Looks like no. Maybe? 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 No. But that's all in color, at least. So that's good. Yeah, I do like how quickly that drops. That's good. That's what it should be doing. Will I be able to see anything? I mean, I feel like I should be able to see something. Because I'm essentially taking the luminance of it. Ah. I'm taking the luminance of it, but it's a really low value, right? So I can't really take the luminance of like 0. You know, that's just not how it's going to work. Why is that value stuck? Ah, okay. I guess because that's just the highest it can go. So the night luminance doesn't really help here. Should it be... Should I do night luminance times... I was thinking of like 1 over night luminance. Man, the only thing I can think of is just adding like a flat multiplier at the front. That's really all I can think of doing. Because that's effectively what exposure does. It adds a flat value out the front to ramp up the intensity of the color. So I expect to be able to see this probably better than before because I am not doing a double multiplication anymore. That was making it extra dark. But I would actually like to be able to see the ground. I feel like I should be able to see the ground. I'm gonna wait a bit longer. We'd probably get like close to 0, or close to 1, I mean. Perfect night vision. Very slowly getting there. And yeah, I actually feel like it's not doing anything weird with the color there. Alright. $32. What about 64? Yeah, that... Yeah, but I can't see anything even with this night vision. Would this be like some kind of contrast thing that I would apply? So depending on how much of this pixel I'm applying this color vision, this night vision to, I have to increase contrast. Because it doesn't really help if there's no... Like, I literally can't see the ground, right? Like, I should be able to see the difference between dirt and grass. So I don't know, maybe I just keep multiplying this by a higher and higher value until I get something. I don't know. This is the part where I have to fiddle with it a bunch. So yeah, I can almost instantly see everything. Can kind of see grass. Can see the water, which isn't very realistic, but you know, that's just the water shader. Okay, so it's at this point that I can actually see grass at 100 times. I feel like it's got to be something, some kind of contrast ramp that I can do. Like, this is probably where I have to do some extra tone mapping or something. Or maybe I would like undo tone mapping that's been applied. Yeah, what happens if I turn off? Turn this off. It gets instantly very dark. I can actually see nothing at all. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I should do some kind of contrast thing. And interesting, I am like losing night vision by looking at that. Really? Do I like lose night vision? It's just still dark. Weird. So, I mean, it's kind of almost there. Yeah, I need to look at how contrast works. I think contrast is essentially just... Would it just be multiplying the values? I mean, just like literally multiplying the color? That's already what I'm doing, I guess. No, because it just makes it brighter. This would be like squaring the color, or like raising it to a power. So darker colors appear brighter. Brighter colors appear the same. Would it be a square root function? Good old square root function. Yeah, I guess let me do like square root of sensitivity. So we get a bit more color in the dark places. And I'll drop that. Wow. Okay. Well, that made it crazy bright. Is that really what it looks like? I just added a square root and now it's like crazy bright. Damn. Should I square root darkness instead? Let me just bring this down to like that and then just use this as a square root. And only use that. This is essentially a multiplication by 10, right? If you think about it. Okay, I can see this like instantly. Which I don't really like that I could see it instantly. But whatever. So I feel like I'm... Okay, wow. Whoa. Wow. Alright. I can see very well now. That's cool. This is still an issue. That needs to be fixed. But the square root definitely helped bring that up. So my idea was that I raise it to... Or not a power. Yeah, I would raise it to a fractional power. So let me just try doing good old gamma power. Which normally would be like... Yeah, 1 over 2.2. Like 2.4. That's a gamma power. I cannot hit F5 there. This dog is just barking, man. I don't know what he's barking at. Alright, gamma power. This is so bright so quickly. Alright, I gotta go figure out what dog is barking at. I'm back. So I realized that little mistake. So while this is, maybe correct, it should be a little bit less than 2 or 1/2. I don't want to do quite a square root. Save and go sleep. I will be getting off soon, but I've still got time to look at this. Cool, here it is. Will I be able to see the whole terrain? Starting to see stuff. I can kind of make out the terrain. Okay. It's coming in. I can see. I have my monitor very bright though. Alright, cool. Yeah, this is some solid night vision here. Cool. Yeah, I can see like everything. Yeah, light's still got to be figured out. I think what I should do is I have to find out some way to blend this better. Not on stream. What's not on stream? I said, okay, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know what I said. I just had to get the gears turning for a few seconds. I figured it out. I will be ending stream soon enough. Now I just have to figure out how... Should I also multiply it by night luminance? No. How do I... Okay, how do I know how much of this I'm adding? I know that I'm adding darkness amount times night luminance amount. That's how much I'm adding. So should I then do 1 minus darkness times that? No, night luminance is is how much of the color that I'm adding. It's more that... Yeah, how do I... Essentially what I want to do is... Okay, now I'm trying to figure out like why this doesn't work. It's because I'm adding the color. But I guess even on the edges of your... On the edges of that, it should be running. But I don't want to drop it too fast. My thought here is I could drop my... Okay, let me do this. Here's an idea. I just take this off. And I will allow my exposure levels to drop lower. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let me bring that back. Essentially what happens is I turn the light on and my night vision value is high. So on the edges of my flashlight, or even where it's dark, night vision is still high and still applying pretty strongly. Okay, my only thought is that I basically need to send my... Okay. So maybe I want kind of two values. One value is highly responsive to light. So basically, as soon as I start seeing light, I chop out night vision entirely. It's a highly sensitive value to like light in the middle of your screen. Let me even do this. Let me just see how this looks. Yeah, I've got to figure something out here. Something's definitely weird. So here comes my night vision. I'm just going to stand here and look at this. Because this is unnatural, what's about to start happening. This is going to be unnatural. There's a random pixel that just appeared over there. Am I gonna see this? Is it gonna happen? So let me look over here. So this is on the edge of my screen. Why don't I see anything yet? But did I do this wrong? Huh? Did I like take that out and then like hit right by accident? A bit confused. Yep, it's happening now. Okay. I'm getting night vision and it's flooding that light. It's filling that light over there. What I would rather do is essentially take only pixels very, very close to being yeah, only pixels that are actually like pretty much black. So maybe that's just what I should do. I should set like a minimum value. I can see way better on this monitor than I can on this monitor. That's crazy. I can't see like anything at all. It is really clear on the stream apparently. I guess that's just what I should do. I should actually just only take pixels very close to black to add. So I guess I just say if and I mean really I don't want to have night vision at all if there's any light on the screen. I guess I could make it even more sensitive. Or I could actually read the entire screen instead of just the middle of the screen. That's probably what I should do. I should read the entire screen instead. So that if I have actually like any at all, any light on the screen at all, I can't do it. I mean, actually, I just kind of realized this. It would actually be the inverse of this. I would really be checking peripheral vision for rod sensitivity. So I guess it would be correct to leave this, but then invert the function so that it gets higher on the edges. But also I guess have a small spot in the middle that's like O2. I guess I could change this constant to be a much wider area. I mean, I think I definitely want to do like a step function. I guess I could do smooth step. So you have to get like actually really dark before you can do anything. Could I use smooth step? Yeah, you know what? Let me do this. There, for that. And then I would do a mix. This color and sorry, just this color to this color. Not to put that in parentheses anymore there. Although I should have kept that last one. And then this would be smooth step, the X value, and then I have two edge values. So this would be, because I don't need that. Well, yeah. Although if I'm already incorporating it, then I guess I don't need to do this. So this is just night luminance. And then I'm using darkness. Edge 1. That I return 0 at. What is this? Let me look this up again. It's getting too dark. It's gotta be the last thing that I do. Okay, edge 0, edge 1. It returns 0 at edge 1 and then 1 at edge 0 at edge 0 and 1 at edge 1. And the value is the last. Value is last. So in that case, I would have this here. Darkness is last. So I guess maybe actually what I would do is, yeah, do this. Darkness. I won't put it there. I'll put it here. Darkness times night luminance times this. And then smooth step would be from... Oh, wait. Yeah, 0 to 1. 1 is all of this color. So it will return 0 at this point. So I guess it's like 1e -2. And then return 1 at this point. I guess that. And then this one I want to be a max between color R and then a max between G and color B. So I take the largest value from there and use that as my smooth step. And now everything is incorporated. And this is the function. Okay, run it. Ooh. Awful. What is that? That looks really, really bad. I mean, maybe it's not too bad. I don't know. Ah, there's a very solid line around that now. Wait, really? That's how dark that is? Or did I run this wrong? Am I going to be able to see stuff? I can see stuff. Yeah, wow. That needs to be way less. Also, like, I still straight up can't see any of that. I can't see anything on my monitor. Because of the brightness way down. So yeah, that's not good at all. I guess I need to set my this value to be even lower. My eyes. So I'm running at this one. So yeah, let me actually say like -4 is where I can start doing it. And maybe like -5 is where I can start doing it. And then I have to have it at -5 to -4. Let me try that. I'm wondering if this is messing with it. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I'm gonna start looking. Looks better already for sure. But I can see these dark edges around there that I don't like, which leads me to believe that it's gonna fade in and start coloring it. Maybe what I say is that if I'm not gonna color it any brighter than it already is, then I can't color it. Maybe that's the smooth step I'm looking for. Dude, why can't I actually not see a single thing? Yeah, it looks really... I can tell how bad it looks on the stream. Dude, why can't I see this on my monitor, though? That's kind of nuts. I can't see this at all. Now I can see it, maybe. But yeah, looking over on that side, it's really bad. So... maybe what I should be saying instead of doing the smooth step stuff, which is kind of what I kind of thought that was probably bad. I think what I do instead is I guess essentially I'm going to compute the color, right? So I'm just going to compute the color. So I would compute the night vision color here. Let's call this night color. It'll be all of this. Okay. And then I would do this would be a step function, which returns I guess I need the mix, right? So step function returns it should just be like the if else, right? My eyes. Just step and just do that. Cool. Return 0 if x is less than edge 1. 1 otherwise. Okay? Return 0 if we're less than the value. I otherwise. So I guess I would take, so edge 1 will be the max of R, and then max RGB. That's what I really want. Actually, I think I could just do max of color RGB, right? No, I can't. So there's my edge 1, and then I take the max of my night color. Or I guess I take the min of my night color, really. So there's my step function. That's kind of insane looking, to be honest, but oh well. So then I would mix, this returns 0, this would be color, and otherwise I would return night color. Right. So if I can't add any color, I'm not going to add any color. Essentially, if all of my components have to be higher than all of their components, right? Could I actually just take the larger value? If x is greater than this value, can I do that? Is there a way I can make it so that they all have to be greater than for this to return 1? Like simplify this without having these nested mins and maxes? I don't know, maybe not. Let's try it. And then I'm gonna have to get off. I'm gonna have to end stream. Get off the Twitch website. Okay, that's immediately worse. I can immediately see a really big ring there. Dude, how? Oh, right. I did just figure it out. It was because this luminance value is being multiplied into it. So really this should be the darkness here, not night color. Or something like that. Night luminance? If my luminance is... It kind of does have to be this night color though, doesn't it? Night color times... What would I want to include here? Or what do I not want to include? I wanted to incorporate at least these two on the end. The color... Actually, not even really the color, but... Sure, whatever. The color and... this value multiplied by darkness. So really I actually want to not include night luminance at all. So yeah, take this out here and I multiply this here by night luminance. Okay, and then this is my last try. It actually was better with the smooth step, honestly. Wow, that's really bad. So yeah, I totally messed that up. It's way worse. That is way worse. Dang. Okay, well, that's it for today. I'm getting really close. I just have to actually blend it in. I have to find a proper blending function here. Oh. Essentially any amount of light I don't want to add to it. If it's even slightly illuminated, I don't want to add to it. There is like a very wide edge though. There's like a point where there's like a gap where the color is no longer visible to me, but then there's like an extra portion outside of that that is visible. I don't know. Oh well. Thanks for watching, following, really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully to finish this off. Get it blending right. So yeah, thanks for watching. Goodbye.